Check, check, check. Check. Lata madam, check. Check.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hello? Hello?
వాయిస్
పాడేటప్పుడు వస్తుంది.
కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ పెంచు. సరే.
ఒకసారి మాట్లాడతాను.
వీడియో కూడా ఆన్ చేసి
ఒకసారి మాట్లాడతాను, బాగా వినిపిస్తుంది.
లత మేడం.
Sir, can you hear me?
యా మేడం.
I'm audible, right? I think you
Yes.
can't see me. I think it demanded that you love your browser to access. Okay. So is my voice clear over there?
యా మేడం.
Yeah, thank you. A very good morning. Koneru Lakshmi Educational Foundation, deemed to be university, is a Category 1 university with A++ accreditation by National Assessment and Accreditation Council of India. Among national other institutes ranking fair mark of MHRD, India ranked the university 27th in university category. At international level also, university is leaving its footmark.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. You can say hi, hello to each other. Huh?
The university secured world's ranking in the band of 401 to 500 of the Times Higher Education Emerging Economics University, ranking 2022 KLF, have also earned overall diamond rating in QSQH. University's commitment towards quality is evident from research publications in Scopus, SCI index journals, building an H index of 64 Scopus and 50 WOS at the moment. We, Koneru Lakshmi Educational Institutions, on behalf of IQAC and Academic Staff College, invite all the delegates and the participants to the fifth international conference. A warm welcome to all the participants present over there. We are going to start our session within 10 minutes. We expect all the participants to be ready for the inaugural function of the conference. Thank you. Internal Quality Assessment Cell annual conference. It is intended to bring together international, national experts, researchers, academicians, industry executives, and other stakeholders for quality enhancement of higher education. A two-day National Assessment and Accreditation Council of India sponsored Internal Quality Assessment Cell at large for direct benefits of IAQHEI 2023 is bringing a galaxy of conference speakers that includes advisors, assessors, and experts of national and international higher education. Accreditations, ranking, and rating agencies, example, NAC, NIRF, India, MQA, Malaysia, NUC, Nigeria, Oman, ABET, etc. Least are not the less more than what we are speaking out here. Also, contributions of eminent researchers from different corners of the world is further value added to the audience. A warm welcome once again to all the participants, delegates, and the members present here. We'll be starting the conference within few minutes. Thank you.
Sir,
Teja.
sir, your voice is clear, sir. Your voice is clear, sir.
సుబ్బారావు గారు హలో
Sir, your voice is clear, sir. Kulkoteswara, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Koteswara garu. Thanks.
ఏం లేదు ఎనీహౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ దేర్ ఇన్ ది
Now this is all the participants are here, sir, in this. Now they are listening to us.
సుబ్బారావు గారిని కాల్ చేయమని చెప్పండి కొలుగొడేశ్వర గారు.
అది నాది సౌండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆయన కాదు రాగదు.
Kotesar sir, your voice is very clear, sir.
The list of the guests who would be accompanying for today's fifth international conference. We have amongst us for these 2 days Professor Abhiramakrishna, Director General, Telangana, India, Hyderabad from Telangana. We also have Professor Ansur Rahman, Professor and Director, UGC Human Resource Development Center, India. We do have amongst us for today and tomorrow Professor Wan, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Malaysia. We have Professor Dr. Mrinalini Shaha, Institute of Management Technology, IMT. We also have amongst us for these 2 days Professor John McLean, Professor in Psychology, UK. We have one of our most renowned, eminent personality among us for these 2 days, Dr. K. Rama, Advisor, NAC. We have Mr. Ulas Pandya, Founder, Director, UB LLP, Kochi, India. We also have Professor Ronaldo from Sultanate of Oman. We have Professor Dilip Kumar, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Nile University of Nigeria. We have, last but not the least, Dr. Rumpa Roy, Director, Quality Assurance and Development Center, Gulf University, Kingdom of Bahrain. We are only a few minutes ahead to start our inaugural. Do hold so that we can start within a few minutes. Thank you. Education goes beyond shaping us as individuals and enhancing our perspectives. It can help us to become a better citizen and build a better society. Educating the next generation helps fight back against ignorance. It helps people learn about the community at large and develop informed opinions. We can support each other and make decisions that help establish a positive change. I take it as a privilege, Dr. M. Lata, to invite the delegates to the conference of 5th International Conference on Innovative Mechanism and Standards for Assurance Quality in Higher Education Institutions, jointly organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College. Now, I invite Professor Dr. Radhakrishnan Sharma, Associate Dean, to give his welcome address.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining the session. On behalf of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Keneru Lakshmiya Education Foundation, we are delighted to have you on board on this conference. Now, as our tradition, I will request my team to start the prayer. Thank you.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्विता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा पूजिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषज्ञानमूर्तिः भेषजाड्यापः.
Thank you, Sri Vaishnavi. A man who needs no introduction, who has been known for his noted discipline, and the work he does itself speaks about him. Now, may I invite Professor K. Subbarao, Director IQAC, to give his welcome address.
Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, invited guests, participants, judges, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and warm welcome to every one of you to the two-day international conference on innovative mechanisms and standards for assuring quality in higher education institutions, being organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College of KLEF deemed to be university. This university, as an engineering college, started in the academic year 1980-81 by Sri Koneru Lakshmaya Garu along with the present president Sri Koneru Satyanarayana Garu. And in this 42 years of its journey, it has achieved several milestones, starting from attaining its autonomous status in the academic year 2006, followed by it has got its deemed to be university status in 2009. Presently, this is NAC A++ accredited university with category 1 status given by MHRD UGC, and it is in the band of 351 to 400 band given by Times Higher Education, which speaks not only it is one of the top ranked universities in India, but also it has established its identity and progressing as one of the prominent universities in the world across the globe. This university, from its beginning, its main emphasis is to impart quality education to the students, and we ensure the progress of the students equally in 4 directions. One is academics, second is overall development of the student related to the personality development, third one is industry institute interaction with which ensuring the placements of the students, fourth one is involving the students in the research innovation. I speak very briefly about each of these 4 directions, which gives the image of this university to all the participants in this conference. Coming to the first direction, academics, we have a lot of number of flexibilities to the students in the academics. We are implementing fully flexible choice-based academic system and choice of the major, minor domains to the students, specialization to the students. In all the programs that are being offered by the university, we are offering not only engineering, we are offering engineering, management, pharmacy, architecture, agriculture, sciences, humanities. In all these domains, we are offering not only UG, PG, but also PhD programs in all these domains. With more than 1,200 faculty members, with 70% plus as doctorates, strong foundation to the student in terms of academics is being given. And skilling is an integral part of the academics. We have embedded skilling in the skilling periods in the timetable itself so that students in their particular domain are exposed to latest skills pertaining to that particular domain. And students are undergoing global certifications before completion of the program so that they are ready-made to the needs of the industry. Coming to the second direction, which is the overall personality development, we are involving the students with which the students are improving in their personality through an excellent student activity center headed by the director in this university. Under this umbrella of student activity center, students are involved in the social service activities. Students are exposed to their hobbies through various hobby clubs that are available in the university. Technical clubs are being operated by every department in the university so that students, as a part of the regular timetable itself, students are exposed to their hobbies. And nowhere in the country, and I'm sure it is one of the innovative practices started by the university, that every student has to complete one certification course in sports also. For this purpose, we have established massive indoor stadium in the university with all the facilities that are needed for the students to have this certification course in the sports. Communication soft skills department is an integral part of the department with good number of faculty members as good as
I want to share the screen. Yeah, share the presentation.
as good as any of the parent departments. The communication soft skills faculty members, they are imparting communication skills and soft skills to the students from the first semester of every program they have joined. And coming to the third direction, how we are ensuring our students are ready-made to the needs of the industry. We have established an industry relations and placement division cell headed by a dean in this university, with which we have MOUs with n number of industries, and we are ensuring that every student who has registered for placement attains the placement before the student leaves the campus. I am very happy and proud to share to all the participants that for the past 16 years, this university is achieving 100% placement in every program and in every department. In the just completed calendar year 2022, 4,600 plus placements were secured with a 60 lakhs package as the highest package provided by Google in the last academic year 2022-23. And with this placements status, this is considered as one of the top universities in India pertaining to placements. And we encourage the students who wants to become entrepreneurs. There is a separate division in the university which takes care of the students related to the progress, what they want to achieve towards the placements. Number of startups have been started by the university in this. Coming to the research, KLEF has published 629 utility patents besides 252 design patents. 49 innovation patents were also granted. It has published 16,970 papers in Scopus and Web of Sciences till now, 3,043 in the calendar year 2022 alone. The number of citations is 83,637 and the H index is 66 Scopus and 51 in Web of Sciences. It has published 1850 books, chapters in edited volumes, and papers in conferences during 21-22. KLEF has successfully completed 126 research projects worth of 35.07 crores and 148 research scholars were awarded PhD degrees during 2021-22, and it has generated 165 lakhs from consultancy and corporate training in 21-22. Coming to this particular conference, 4 themes have been identified for this conference, and we are conducting this since 2019. The 4 themes identified are: one is issues and challenges and developing a quality assurance system, standards and policies. The second theme is role of quality assurance in teaching and research excellence framework. Third one is quality in programs, people and process, 3 Ps in higher education institutions, and quality assurance and governance in higher education institutions. And fourth one is education 5.0, opportunities and challenges to match higher education quality with IR 5.0. Each theme is provided half a day time, and about 10 renowned speakers are going to deliberate on these areas, all pertaining to quality enhancement in higher education institutions. 5 international and 5 national speakers will be delivering keynote addresses during the 2 days of the conference. This year, few of 5 speakers from other countries, Bahrain, Malaysia, Nigeria, Oman and UK have accepted our invitation to deliver keynote addresses. Over 600 faculty from 11 countries, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Canada, Malaysia, Nigeria, Oman, Qatar, UAE, UK, USA, etc. and host country India have registered for this 2-day international conference, and we are sure this registration number reaches 1,000. The Indian participation hail from 11 different states. Paper presentation is scheduled in the sidelines of the virtual conference, and I once again welcome all of you to this 2-day conference, and we are looking forward for interesting deliberations. I am sure we are all going to have immense benefit from this 2-day conference. I thank once again and welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed a magnanimous description about the things that you have dealt with. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I take it a pleasure to invite a man of generosity, graciousness, honesty, integrity, Dr. Kolli Koteswar Rao, advisor, IQAC, to inaugurate the conference and give his presidential address. Welcome, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir. Kolkoteswar, sir.
We are here to take guidance.
Koteswar, sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Sir Koteswar sir, please unmute yourself.
Sorry, sir, Kolkoteswar, sir, please unmute yourself, sir. Hello? Sir,
I think I just now spoke to the guest advisor. He's having some technical problem from his end. So I request the proceedings to take to the further step. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Once the technical glitch is been rectified, we expect Dr. Kollikodeswara sir to join us. Thank you, sir. Without any further delay, may I now request it's time to have one of the most awaited chief guest's speech and his intrusion into our conference. May I request Dr. P. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean, Quality, to introduce our chief guest for today.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my privilege to introduce Abhiram Krishna Garu. He completed his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from REC Warangal and a PGDM from IIM Bangalore. He has over 40 years of corporate experience, have worked in HMD, Narnathulam, Elecon Engineering Group of Companies, NIIT, Roxas Technologies, and Mahendra Satyam. He was the president and CEO of Roxas Technologies, Global Director, Business Leadership at Satyam School of Leadership, and head multiple business at Mahendra Satyam. As a global director at Satyam, he was responsible for developing a global leadership pipeline at team, operational and strategic levels in more than 30 countries. He was one of the key architects responsible for Satyam winning the best award and being ranked one in the world learning and development by the ASTD in the year of 2007. As head multiple business at Mahendra Satyam, he was instrumental in developing sales leadership in Mahendra Satyam and Tech Mahindra. He was the director of South State Business School, and in addition to this role, he was also in the group head HR of the St. Mary's Educational Society. Currently, he is the Director General of the Badruka Educational Society. His areas of specialization includes sales, marketing management, business consulting, quality management, and leadership development. He is an executive coach, mentor to many CEOs and senior leaders. He has conducted a large number of programs for private, public sectors, undertaking, and government departments. And also, she successfully completed the course Quality Education System program and also the Advanced Quality College program conducted by the Philip Crosby Associate USA.
Thank you, ma'am. We all know that his introduction goes pages to pages, but you're a man of generosity, and we expect that that small introduction is a gateway for your humbleness. Thank you, sir. The platform is all yours. We are waiting for your valuable and unforgettable speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lata, for the wonderful introduction. I hope I live up to the expectations. Good morning, friends. At the outset, I would like to, so I should say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from whichever country you are all listening to this conference. I'd like to thank the organizers, the management, especially Professor Ramakrishna sir, for inviting me and allowing me to share a few thoughts on this quality, which is my passion. So I would like to share with you, my talk would be more thing from the Indian perspective, but for the listeners who are from other countries, I think you will also have a similar, if not the same, regulatory body on education. So you can pick up some few thoughts, whichever is relevant. I would like to start with a book long back I've read by Andrew Grove, who has written a book called Only the Paranoid Survive. And there he has defined the term inflection point. He says that change, as we know, is constant. Yesterday is different from today, and this morning will be different from this afternoon. But there comes a time when the change is so dramatic that it throws many things haywire. That, according to Andrew Grove, is called an inflection point. We all witnessed in the last 2 years, world over, the COVID pandemic, which had dramatically changed the way we deliver education to our students. That, according to me, was an inflection point. In India, we have the National Education Policy 2020, where there are a lot of structural can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. Please. Very clear.
So it called for a lot of structural and functional changes. And that is going to be an inflection point as far as Indian education system is concerned. So inflection point, because education in India lived in a comfort zone for too long. And now all the universities, colleges, schools are gearing on how to implement the new education policy 2020. The second thought, which I thought I start as part of the premise, is another book written by Jim Collins. He has written a book called Good to Great. And he has asked some questions there, and also he has answered. I am modifying those questions, 3 questions he has asked, and I'm modifying that to this context. Jim Collins asked, why are there only few great universities in the world? And he answers by saying, because there are too many good universities. Why are there only few great teachers in the country? He answers by saying it is because there are too many good teachers. Why are there only few great students in the world? It is because there are too many good students. So he concludes by saying that as long as you are satisfied with being good, you can never be great. So Jim Collins in his book says, treat good as the enemy of great. As long as you are satisfied with being good. So quality is something where we feel a lot of these education institutes world over can move from being good to great. And when you take your university or your respective colleges from being good to great, you definitely create a competitive advantage for you as well as for the students. So friends, as you go through these seminar the next 2 days, we all need to develop a new mindset. We are far too long as educators been in the comfort zone. And when you want to, talk and implement the inflection points, it's very important for us that we develop a new mindset. So in India, we have the IQAC, which is a body which takes care of the quality. Originally, the IQAC was responsible for all things connected with quality. If any college wants to get accredited through the NAC. Then they played a very primary role in the planning, supervision, and then reporting. And in India, we have the NAC guidelines. So after meeting those guidelines and submitting the report, when the inspection comes, they play a very, very critical role in positioning the company, the institute, and also what they have done from the college perspective as far as meeting those guidelines. And based on that, the NAC gives accreditation. And post accreditation, how to sustain that quality and improve the rating is the role of IQAC. But my thought on is that in the light of the new inflection point, I would like all the participants who are attending that IQAC, if you are the chairperson of the IQAC or you're heading that or you're a member of the IQAC, you have to ensure that right from the management to the security guard, everybody should be driven by the quality culture. And that requires a new mindset. For too long, we have been very happy getting good ratings in the NAC and being satisfied with meeting the quality guidelines. But today, I urge all of you that India is poised to become one of the economic powers because we are gifted by what I call is the demographic dividend. A couple of months back, from the population perspective, we are surpassed China in terms of the population. Now, people ask whether population is a bane or a boom or a bane. According to me, if we create a demographic dividends, then we certainly can make India one of the superpowers. When I was interacting with the government officials in Delhi, for the first time, most of the people who are planning to make India a 5 trillion economy or a 10 trillion economy in the couple of coming years have made education as one of the central point to achieve the economic growth. And so to me, it's very, very exciting thought that for the first time, educators in India and maybe even the world over can directly impact the economy of their respective countries if we ensure that the students who are coming and passing out of these education portals are all doing so well that they get a great placement, they become great entrepreneurs and contribute directly to the growth of their respective economies. So when I visit colleges and I ask the students, the staff members, and say, what is, according to you, is the definition of quality? And I get many, many definitions. All the definitions are right, but I expect the entire college to have one definition. So there are enough articles written, number of research papers published. Each authors have their own way of defining quality. So it is very, very important for if you want to really create a culture of quality, then we should have a common definition. I'm not saying that all over the world, everybody should believe in one definition, but the respective universities, respective college should define what according to them is quality. Vague terms like in terms of excellence, in terms of good, being the best, doesn't mean anything. We need to measure those qualities. So it has to be either conformance to requirement, for fit for purpose, whatever. But I would like the IQAC to have one common definition right from the management, faculty, non-teaching, and the students to believe in that meaning and implement. I would not like each one of them defining quality in their own perspective. That shows that there is not a quality-driven culture. So this is one of my thought. Current scenario in majority of the cases, I'm not telling universities like KL, and we have a lot of centers for excellence doing admirable work in terms of delivery and quality. But majority of the education sector in terms of quality is only monitoring, quality control. The IQAC team and the team formation is basically involved in quality assurance, accountability, and meeting the 7 criteria for NAAC or the criteria for the NBA accreditation. We have audits, both internal, external, and many times we find there is what you call coziness of relationship. And whenever there is an internal audit, normally we do in our college, one college does the what you call audit for the other college and vice versa. So when these students, I mean the faculty members go and do the audit, they say, yeah, this is a small non-conformance, we will take it, but don't report it. This is what I call the coziness of relationship. But we should not just meet the guidelines. It should be our culture to say, can we do whatever we do right the first time? So I am, a proud student of Philip Crosby, one of the quality gurus. So I did 2 programs in the US under him. And so one of the the definition is what I would like all the participants to understand, that whatever we do, all work is a process. And suppose I'm involved and responsible for one process, there is an input to that process, and then there is an output to the process. My output becomes the input to some other colleague's process, and he or she does some process, which is again an output, and that output in turn goes as an input to somebody else. So if I do my output, if I ensure whatever I'm doing, for example, an internal work process could be the admission process. And if I ensure that the students are coming in as part of my admission process, the students who are selected into my university or the college is the desired output, then they become an input to the classrooms. And so each one of us, whatever we are doing, have to identify what I am responsible for, and I should take pride in saying that my autograph should be part of my output. So my commitment should be that whatever I do, I will ensure that the output of my process is fantastic, so that it becomes in turn a good quality input to my colleague who is again involved in the other process. So friends, I would like all of you to remember this. And when you are responsible for your process, there are 4 things which impact your process. One is, what is the performance standard? What is the procedure? Suppose you have an admission, So what are the standard, how much percentage of the minimum the students should get in order for them to apply? What is the procedure for admission? What are the facilities and equipment which is required to conduct the interview or the admission? And what is the kind of training and knowledge that the panel members should have so that they make the process wonderful? So if we create this model and go on improving on any one of these areas constantly, and when you continuously see how can I improve some of these inputs to my process, I will ensure that my output will definitely enhance the quality. So I would like to pause, and I request all the participants to count in this passage. Kindly identify how many E's, the letter E appears in this passage. So just count, and after some time, I will ask you to respond. So I'll just keep this for just 2 or 3 minutes. Count the number of times the letter E appears. Okay, so can I have some response? You can unmute and just share the number.
Is it 14, sir?
14. Okay, next, anybody else?
13, sir.
13. Anybody else? I want 2 or 3 more response.
Sir, it's 30, I think.
13. Okay, 13. Okay, so the number is not important. I will reveal later on if you are interested. But if 2 or 3 people reading this and counting, suppose you were to count the letter E, and I get more than different numbers, this is what happens when you do inspection of quality. So many times I find that we all are saying, okay, somebody will come and inspect and they will identify the mistake and we'll correct it. As long as that is there, there is an element of being little less quality conscious. So I would like all the people who are driving quality to move from inspection, to being proactive and doing right the first time. I always wonder, my finance department, I always keep saying, why do we need to have an internal auditor, an external chartered accountant to verify, certify our balance sheet? Why can't we do and just get the chartered accountant to certify? Why need to have such a long process of every month? We have an internal auditor who comes and does the audit, and then we have our external chartered accountant firm once in a quarter to say, yeah, this is the balance sheet, and certify, and all of us sign. This, according to me, is a culture driven. I'm sure there is a legal implication. So for a moment, I'm not telling do away with all the chartered accountants. I'm not saying that. But can we drive a culture where if I'm an accountant person, why can't I do it right the first time? Why can't I do the internal audit once in 15 days to ensure if I have made any errors, rectify? Why can't I do the external audit report? What does the CA does every month so that I get an error free? So even if the auditor comes, he has to just certify without any adding any value because I would have done right the first time. So friends, it's a journey. I'm not saying it will happen overnight, but the day we create that orientation and the perception, take pride in whatever you are doing and do it the first time. So we have to move from inspection to prevention. Being very proactive will eliminate a lot of what you call hitches. So anything you undertake in your process, responsibility, think what can go wrong and how do I proactively ensure that I do the right the first time. Philip Crosby talks about the word zero defect, and I like it because he says zero defect is both a measurement and an attitude. So it is a way of life. How many of you sitting and listening to me, if you have a glass of water and I tell you that it contains 0.001% cyanide, it's okay, 0.001%, drink it, no problem. I'm sure all of you listening, none of you would even attempt to sip the water. But when it comes to the work life, whatever work we do, we make a lot of small 0.001% compromises. So when it comes to our personal life, we don't tolerate, we adopt zero defect. How many of you, suppose there is an error in your pay slip, say 100 rupees. They'll say, okay, it's 100 rupees, small mistake, no problem. No, you will go to the finance department and get the pay slip corrected. So when it comes to our personal life, many of us follow the zero defect. And when it comes to our work life, sometimes we make compromises. So can we have a way of life where we say we will do the right the first time and we will attempt to have a zero defect? It's a journey. It might take some time. So a way of life to describe, I have two words, honesty and integrity. All of us know what it is, but if I ask what is a subtle difference, some of you may not know the subtle difference. So for want of time, I'm saying the answer myself. Honesty is you drive a car at 10 o'clock on the way to office. You see a red light, the signal, you stop your vehicle because the cop is also there. At 11 o'clock in the night, you come to the same junction, the same red light, no cop. Do you stop your vehicle? That is integrity. So whenever you do something because somebody is going to audit, somebody is going to monitor, and you comply with those, that means you are being honest. But if nobody is monitoring and you are true to yourself, that is integrity. So this quality movement, this quality journey, I appeal to all of you. So let us be having that integrity. We are not doing just because NAC is coming for inspection. We are doing because we want to do, we want to produce an outcome that is perfect. So the measurement of quality also from indices, we need to move to the price of non-conformance. So Philip Crosby again says, whenever you convert your non-conformances into money terms and calculate. So in a year, you will be amazed the kind of wastage that happens in our system. So as long as you think, yeah, 2.3, now we have moved to 2.1, no issue. But if you know that by coming down to 2.1, it has costed your college 2 crores, then you will sit up and you will think, no, my God, 2 crores waste in the system. So if you calculate those non-conformances into monetary terms, everybody will be alert. Everybody will know what is the great impact. And then the culture will be say, no, this is too bad. I think we should, do right the first time. So my appeal to all of you is IQAC has to create a quality culture. Each one of us in our own respective life can we create value. So it has process, it has a lot of data, and all our decision making, most of them are currently subjective based on our experience and judgment. I would like all our decision making to move to data driven culture. So things that get measured gets managed. So let us all be innovative and creative so that we create a culture where the process and it is data driven. I always say in God we trust, but in data we believe. So let's not cook up data and ensure that whatever we do. So in our college, we have the performance appraisal, all data based, and out of 1,000 marks, 900 is left to the individual, only 100 is left to the principal. So and they can monitor and measure every month what is their assessment on their own. So friends, I would like to maybe come to a conclusion that there are 3 kinds of people in our institutes. So first is the engaged team. The second is actively engaged. And the third is actively disengaged. So engaged are the people who come every day from morning till evening, they do their work and go. If somebody in the other department wants their help, they say that I am very busy, let me do my work. And because heart of heart, they think, why should I help the other team or other department? What's in it for me? The actively engaged people go out of the way. They are self-motivated, they're highly charged, they're full of energy and passion. But unless somebody asks their help, they won't do it because they are self-motivated people. And then there are people who are frustrated, they are demotivated, and those are the guys who are called actively disengaged. Now, these disengaged people, actively disengaged people, come every day to the college and demotivate the engaged people and ensure that they come into their group. And when any college or department reaches the critical mass of actively getting disengaged, then it becomes very, very difficult to drive the quality culture. So my appeal to all of you is in your own respective teams, identify those who are actively engaged, support and help them so they work on the engaged people and create more and more actively engaged team. Role of quality circle is very, very important. So from control to assurance, and this conference is having a lot of themes around assurance and quality enhancement. But my appeal to all of you is, can we become partners to the management in ensuring quality and making a business advantage to our respective universities? And finally, we become the trusted advisor to the management. So the IQAC team should move to become a trusted advisor. So don't underestimate the hierarchy. Maybe you are second or third or fourth in the hierarchy. But according to me, you are equal to the management. So you become the trusted advisor of management to drive quality. And the day you reach this, you can say that you have really added value to your respective college or the institute. I'm skipping these. The key success factor is leadership and governance. And most of the management feel that their commitment is when they sign the check and encourage the IQAC team to drive the quality. But my appeal to the management is you also participate in terms of time, effort. It's not only the money, and involvement. And I think the management is very, very critical. Their inputs and their experience and their commitment becomes very, very crucial for creating the quality culture. We have to empower our people so that they become more independent in taking their decisions to drive quality. And whenever they have some transitions which have some issues, the role of the top management is to come and remove those obstacles. There should be a strong quality communication strategy across all levels and a culture for improvement. I always believe that it is better for 100 people to take one step than one person to take 100. What I mean is the IQAC team, the small team, doing 100 steps is very, very difficult. But if the entire college participates in creating, then there will be 1,000 steps in the short time. So kindly involve all the stakeholders in this quality journey. So I'd like to conclude by saying some people are so good at learning tricks of the trade that they never learn the trade. So I would like, don't take shortcuts. Quality is a journey, but that journey would help us not predict the future, but create the future. So I would like to conclude by saying the quality journey has 3 steps: conviction, commitment, and the convert. So I quote a small story. I go in the morning for a walk, and I see early morning 5:30. A lot of youngsters come to play cricket. There is a cricket ground near my house. Early morning 5:30, I see people who don't enjoy carrying the cricket kit, walking sleepy because the parents have woken them up and said, okay, come, I have to drop you at the cricket ground. I also see youngsters, bigger, smaller than carrying a big, huge kit, happily carrying it, smiling, enjoying, and coming to play cricket. So they are the guys who enjoy playing cricket. So you would have seen some street players where they play, youngsters play football. They all kick the ball. You don't know who's scoring which goal, but they're all enjoying. That is, according to me, conviction. But when you represent a team and you want to win that football match, that is the commitment. And finally, we have the great guys like Pele who eat, dream football. And that is the convert. So I would wish these 2 days you take a lot of rich takeaways on quality and move from being commitment to convert. I wish you all the best. And if you have any questions, I think I can take 1 or 2, or if my time is over, then I will hand it over to the organizer. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. I am Radhakrishnan Sharma. Thanks for your enlightening delivery. And it was crystal clear what you mentioned. Just in addition, I wanted to take some guidelines. This is not a question
Sure, sir.
from a
Sure.
senior person. I want to take guide. Sir, can you share some tips to keep all the people equally motivated?
Yeah. Um, yeah. The trick is these actively engaged, the engaged, and the actively disengaged is a normal curve. Research shows that 10 to 15% in any team is actively engaged. 80 to 85% are engaged, and 1 or 2% is actively disengaged. Now, we are all focusing on the engaged. But if you can support the actively engaged people, and they need not be seniors or HODs, or they can be hidden somewhere in any level. If you can support and help them to work on the engaged people, I can tell you it will accelerate very fast. You can't do it overnight because quality is a journey. But if you can make these actively engaged people work on the engaged people, and that, according to me, is the role of the top management, the role of the HODs, the role of the department heads, to identify who are in my team, those actively engaged guys, and support them to help on the engaged people. Any amount of you trying to work on them will not be very, very effective, because they all say that you are the hierarchy guy. But if the peer people, support and help each other, miracles happen. And I can tell you a number of cases. But to cut the story short, I feel first, if you want to make all of them actively engaged, first work on the actively engaged people and convert more of the 80%. Even you create some 20-25% to become actively engaged in 1 year, you have done a marvelous job. And the top management commitment in whatever they do, walk the talk, encouragement, is very, very crucial. In most of the times, the top management are so busy in their own thing. They think, okay, I have engaged a good professor to take care of the quality movement in my college. So as long as they're doing well and we are getting A++ accreditation, it is all hunky-dory and good. But things are going to change. And so this is my long answer to your short question, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really clearing my doubt.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, in the chat we found that one of our participants is asking that what is the IQAC role in planning and development?
Oh, that is very, very crucial. It depends on what stage the college is. Let's say there is a college which is going for a recertification. Then the planning has to be accordingly different. But if the college is applying for the first time an SSR report and wants to get the NAC accreditation, then the planning is different. So the planning consists of first studying and thoroughly understanding what are the guidelines. Second, training all the people who are involved in that college to make them get committed. So, like I told you, do they all know quality will not. So I feel planning is a big process. I'm sure some of the speakers in the next 2 days will be also covering. So planning will call for different kinds of planning, in what phase you are, whether you are in the recertification phase, then the planning will be where all we lost our rating. So what is the action items, how soon we can accelerate and improve on the scores. So the challenge in most of the colleges is the consulting and research. I'm very happy to hear from the speaker before me on the number of patents, the number of research articles and impact factors and so on. So I really must compliment KL University on that. Can we take their experience and do a small part of that in our own respective college? Then we will create. So for that, you require planning. So what is our strengths? What are the areas where we need to improve in order to achieve whatever we have planned? So basically, strategies on how to overcome the weakness and leverage our strengths so that we can, take that opportunity which is in the environment. And according to me, friends, the future is very, very exciting, very, very exciting, because the experience, all that will not matter. If you determine that from today you want to do this quality journey in your college, you can do it, because inflection point is those. Because it tests those people who are willing to change, and people are willing to change and handle the inflection point will gain competitive advantage over those who might have a legacy with them, but that brand will not succeed in the long run.
Thank you so much, sir. There are n
Thank
number
you.
of questions that are pipelined in the chat box, but due to lack of time, I know it's difficult to pass these questions to the audience, but we definitely will send the questions to you so that you
Yes.
have we
And
have an
my answers,
understanding.
I'll send it back to you, Dr. Lata ma'am, and you
Thank
can
you.
share it with the participants.
Thank you so much, sir. Your speech was really convicted, committed, and converted, as you told the 3 C's, which has a quality journey. We definitely, from your wonderful speech, got to know that how your journey was and gave a lot of enlightenment to our audience. Thank you so much once again, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, it's my privilege to invite Professor Dr. M. Venugopal Rao Garu to invite our speaker for today's keynote address.
Hello. Can I audible?
Yes, sir, you're
Yes, sir,
voice
you're
loud and
audible.
clear.
You're audible, sir.
Good morning to everybody. So it gives me a pleasure to introduce Dr. Anisur Rahman. Anisur Rahman is currently professor and a director, UGC Human Resource Development Center, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He holds master in 2 disciplines, economics as well as the sociology, MPhil and PhD. Before he joined Jamia Millia Islamia in 1999, he worked at the Institute of Applied Management Research, Planning Commission, Government of India. His area of interest includes South Asian migration and diaspora, Gulf sociology, demography, issues of higher education and minorities. He has published 8 books and over 60 research papers in reputed journals in India, abroad, including his contribution as chapters in 8 books by well-known scholars. Dr. Rahman has presented over 80 research papers in several conferences, seminars, workshops in India and abroad. He has visited several countries like USA, UK, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, the Denmark, Sweden, the Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. He visited Paris, France, under Indo-French Social Scientist Exchange programs, thrice in the research in 2010, 2013, and 2015. He has been the visiting professor at FMSH Paris, France. He also been invited to participate in the GRM workshop at University of Cambridge, UK, 4 times in 2011, 2012, 2018, and 2019. He also worked as a coordinator of LEAP, LGAP. LEAP took the delegates of senior academic men to the University of Virginia, USA for their training program. He has delivered over 150 invited talks at different institutions of higher learning in India and abroad. He also a member of several academic committees, bodies, and editorial boards. So I think with this brief introduction, I'm handovering to the Anisudar Rahman, sir.
Thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much for very comprehensive introduction by you. Thank you so much. And I'm also indebted to the organizer of this big conference to make me the part of this great event, especially to Professor K.L. Sharma. So the area to which I have been assigned to share my rambling thoughts and experiences is professional development of staff, rather academic staff, for ensuring quality or for enhancing quality in the domain of higher education. I think just give me a minute so that I could open my PPT, and the time to which I have been assigned is from 11 to I think 12. So I will honor the time. So I will try my level best to not to exceed the time there, because many more speakers are there. So I will try to wrap up my presentation with a very short span of time, in the sense that by noon, I think I will also very happy and delighted to take some of the questions so that we can have the interaction in a two-way. So the topic to which I am going to share with all of you is the professional development of staff in higher education, which has become the need of the nation. How nation building is required with the help of the professional development of staff in the higher education. As we all know that higher education, there is a good kind of connection between higher education and development of any nation. So is the case of India. So I'm just going to talk to you about this, because we all are the faculty, we all are the staff which are working for ensuring quality in the domain of higher education. So we know pretty well that there's a need for professional development. Just a second. Yes. Yeah. So there's a need for personal development of academic staff. As we all know, there's a lot of change, which is called rapid change in the higher education, as knowledge is doubling within 5 or 10 years. So there's a need to know something as how to manage the domain of higher education. So it can be very much possible, because in order to ensure quality, it has become the need of the day. And we know pretty well that many studies have been done at the global level, at India level. So World Bank rightly stated a very important statement: a high quality and well motivated teaching staff and supportive professional culture are essential in building excellence. For the last many years in our own country, we know that we have been talking and doing as how to develop how to excel in the domain of IT, because the whole world is globalized and every society, every country is connected. So, and we all know that how our higher education system, which is considered to be the third or the second largest in the world, but in terms of the quality, we have been left far behind. So in every academic institution, as you all know, that it is being organized by IAQHEI, internal quality assurance. So we are going to put a lot of effort as how to do this kind of things. So here professional development of academic staff especially becomes very pivotal. So the skill of staff needs to be continually strengthened and enhanced in order to ensure or enhance quality in higher education. Means upgradation of knowledge or development of skills for every stakeholder of higher education, especially academic staff, support staff, administrative staff, and top level management, which are all working in the domain of higher education. So this is very, very important. So what kind of a strategy we must adopt so that we can do our job more effectively. So here it is, and this can be made possible at the university, it means institution level, at the state level, at national level, and even at the global level. So this is very, very important. Unless until we address this challenge at every level, I think we are not going to I think what we call it, achieve this target or this objective. So this is very important, and here every stakeholder is very, very important. So is the case of management and everything. So I think if you see, I think in our own country for the last many years since independence, we have started talking as how to bring this kind of institution or the center which will be assigned this kind of responsibility to upgrade or to refresh or to orient the entire academic staff or the other support staff and every stakeholder staff in the higher education. And you all know that after a long debate and discussion in the academic circle, we gave the birth, or our country gave the birth of the then called Academic Staff College, which were 45 in number, and it got implemented. It came into being way back in 1987. Means it is nothing but the outcome of the last national education policy. So 45 academic staff colleges were established, which started working under the aegis of different university or higher education in our own country. In 2015, the same number had been was increased to 66, and the nomenclature has also been changed along with some of the more responsibility which were given. Now it is called UGC Human Resource Development Center. Over there, every staff, means especially the academic staff college, uh, is invited, and like a refresher course, orientation program, faculty induction program is conducted so that our staff could be developed and they can do a better job, better responsibility, so that we could ensure the quality in higher education. So what are the challenges? Here it becomes very important. What are the future challenges? What are the current challenges? What are the basically past challenges to which we need to address? So here it becomes very important to discuss for all these challenges so that we could understand, and we could also understand our role and the responsibility. So I will be very quick to discuss what are the current and the future challenges. I hope I am audible to all of you, I guess.
Yes,
Very
sir.
clear, sir.
Okay,
Very
okay,
clear, sir.
okay. So I am going to discuss some of the challenges to which our higher education system is facing. First, there is a growth in demand for higher education. We all know that at the time of independence, means 50s, only 2028 universities were there. But now the number has increased to more than 1,000 university right now, even 1,100 some university, including private and public university. If you can calculate the total size of the university, of the colleges, it has gone beyond 45,000 colleges, and they all are spread in every nook and corner of the country. But I think these all university and colleges are confined, located to urban areas, maximum. So here, what I would like to tell you that this is a growth in demand for edges. So growth is increasing. It's a big challenge. So already I talked, I highlighted that there is a problem, there's issue in terms of the quality. Now the new challenge to which it has been added over here in the higher education system is to growth, means expansion. if you see why it is a challenge, in the sense that right now, if we know that anyhow we have managed to increase the level of gross enrollment ratio to 27%. And if you see at the National Education Policy 2020, target or the objective has been set to achieve of 50%. Means for the last 75 years, we have been working and we have been doing a lot of job in order to increase the number of gross enrollment ratio. So we have achieved the target of 27%, just minus plus. But we need to increase the gross enrollment ratio by 50%. So it's a Herculean task, in the sense of by 2035. So 13 or 12 years are only left. So it's a big task on the part of the system as how to meet these challenges. So it's a challenge. In that sense, it's a challenge. And here I would like to bring to your kind notice, which is very important. If you see the gross enrollment ratio around the world, I think in the United States of America, the system to which US is having of the gross enrollment ratio, which is roughly calculated around in the range of 85 to 90%. If you calculate the European Union society, European Union countries over there, the gross enrollment ratio is estimated to be around 65 to 70%. If you calculate the entire Asia as a whole, I think 36 to 40%. It's the range. And global gross enrollment ratio is estimated to be around 25 to 27%. So still, I think if you see our own gross enrollment ratio, we are left far behind. Due to that very reason, in the national education policy, it is said that we need to increase. So here, along with the quality, expansion or access to education has become big task. Here again, I would like to bring to your one very important point. India is a country of demographic, is a country of youths. When we talk of the India is a country of youths, or India is a demographic country, and it is calculated by social demographer, and we reach the conclusion that 2/3 of the population, about 66% of the population, falls into the category of the age of 15 to 35. So here's a wonderful opportunity for India to celebrate, and we all are celebrating, as how to convert or what we call it, translate this population into the human resource. As we all know that right now, I think we have very recently we have replaced the China in terms of the population. So here we should take population not only as a challenge, but as an opportunity, in the sense that if we will able to translate this huge population, youths, into the human resource, it will become the assets for the nation. And we need to do that. And we all know pretty well that after 20, 25 years down the line, same pocket of the population or the chunk of the population will fall into the category of the old age. So here is an opportunity. So here it's very important on the part of the policymakers, on the part of the academic staff, on the part of higher education, that how we are going to reap the benefits of this demographic dividend. So in that sense, it becomes very important as how we are going to convert this population into the human resource. And this could be only possible with the help of education, skills, and the training. So in a way, it's a challenge. So let me now come to the point of second. I think these are the facts and the figures. So I think time is short. As from my childhood, when I was a student, since then I have been hearing and I have been listened to this fact that the financial shortage means finance fund is the serious issue, especially in the especially in the for education. So how we are going to meet? I think those who are holding the key positions at the top level position in the university or the higher education, we all know that how we are facing a lot of financial crunches. So how we are going to generate resources is again another challenge for not only for the top level management, but also for the academic staff. How we are going to generate. So we have been asked that we need to challenge, we need to become self-sufficient. So here it's very important to bring to your notice, especially to the faculty or to the staff, that how we are going to meet this challenge with the help of the resources and everything. So here I would like to bring to your notice again one point, that this is the third national education policy which came into being in 2020. Before 86, as we all know, that was the second. And the first national education policy came into being on the basis of Kothari Commission in 1968. So in that committee, it was also recommended, one of many recommendations were made. So one of the recommendations was to uh, give or to earmark 6% of our GDP for education as a whole. But you know, and we all know what happened. Again, it was the same national, same means 6% GDP of our expenditure was reiterated in 1986 and then 1992 in program of action. And in this current national education policy, again, it was said that 6% of the GDP must go for education as a whole. And we know pretty well what is happening. So here, again, I would urge you, all the academic staff or everybody, as how we can make our own research, our own understanding, our own perspective, and suggest the same to the policy making body, so that we could do something in this area. So it's very important. Again, it is the challenge to all of us, especially for the higher education. And here we need to work. Here again, I think, as we all know, that higher primary education, secondary education, and then tertiary education, which is called higher education. So our higher education, our education has been for administrative purpose, has been decided and has been structured like this. Here again, it's very important that for the last many years, for many decades, we have given a lot of importance to primary education. And primary education has, you all know, that it become the fundamental right to everybody's. And it's very good because it is the breeding ground. It's important to invest or to spend money in primary education to make our foundation strong. But at the same time, higher education should not be ignored. As we all know that around 3 point something we are spending in education. So out of that, not 1% is given for higher education. 0.8 or 0.7% is given for higher education. So how higher education is going to be given a lot of importance? Again, it is the challenge to all of us to work in this direction and suggest the same to the policy making body, so that we could do. And already I told you that higher education is directly related to development, research and development. How, if you see, have a glance around the world, the status of higher education in any country is lower or poor, that country cannot be developed. Country cannot be like this. So this is the third challenge. The next challenge to which I would like to discuss with you is, what are the expectations from the society, from the academic staff, college, on the part of the society. And here a lot needs to be discussed. And at the finally, I would like to discuss what kind of responsibility will be discharged on the part of the faculty, on the part of academic staff. We will discuss. So there's an ability to handle a growing proportion of students and diversity. So managing the class, our classroom has become a great challenge. Diversity in the classroom. What are the psychology of the students? These all things have become very, very important. And academic staff can still set up skills all their graduates, so that the societal needs are being met. So how there's a big gap on the part of the society and the academic system or the higher education system. So that is very important. The faculty should be, means lot of things are being expected from the academic staff, to which we call faculty. So what kind of thing should be there? The faculty should be outward looking, sensitive to the needs of the society. We all are sensitive to the needs of the society, but there's a need to become more sensitive, rather more, and to work harder in this way. So this is very important. So there should have been technical competency in order to offer a research and then extension. So that is the challenge. Already I have discussed, and we all know that due to that very reason, in IQAC has been established, and there was suggestion and policy decision that every academic institution will have IQAC, so that we can develop the respective faculty over there, everybody, so that our higher education, the status of higher education, could be made better of. Here I would like to bring to your notice that this is very, very important, that what kind of things are being done. So this is a concern for quality, and already I have highlighted, I have flagged that quantity has also become, means we need to increase, or we need to enhance the or of gross enrollment ratio. And if I discuss with you, I think 10 or 15 years before, hardly 15% gross enrollment ratio was there. And whatever the academic institutions are available today, as we say that we are the third or the second largest in the world, so far the case of system is concerned. But these all academic institutions, including private universities, are not good, are not adequate enough to address the challenges, or to impart the training, or to educate the population which are available. Means, as we all know that lot of challenges, lot of more universities are required, or academic institutions are there. Now the question is, where does the money come from? So now we have started, and we have been doing, it's a positive thing that there should be PPP, means public private partnership, so that we could meet the challenges being created by the society, or the requirement of the societies. At the same time, there is a concern for quality. So how to ensure quality in the science? And it is rightly said that the whole process, means this is the statement made in the, I think, long back, but that is still valid. The whole process of higher education system has become dysfunctional, producing a number of unemployable youths, means young women and women, as rightly pointed by Kothari Commission, which was constituted way back in 1964, and that report was submitted in 1966. On the basis of that, many our policies were formulated. So it's very important to carry forward. And already I told you that this IQAC is also playing. So is the case of UGC Human Resource Development. And again, I would like to bring one of the very important information, that not only 66 HRDCs are, but now the number has been enhanced. It will come soon. It will come into the public domain very soon, that 100 more centers are going to be added along with IQAC, and I think Malvi mission is going to be under the heading of under the aegis of that. Many more centers are going to do, so that we the people, we the faculty can, or the staff can get much more opportunity to update our knowledge. And we know pretty well that Arpit has already been started, and then LEAP, to which I have already, I think I would like to bring to your kind notice that I think at the top level, management in the university and the college is very, very important. So it has been realized by the policymakers that good kind of academic leaders have become the need of the day in our own, those who can lead the academic institution in our own country. So I think very soon these all things are going to come and is going to be given to all important university to work for enhancing quality. And then the next challenge is technological change affects all disciplines. I think we need to prepare, irrespective of, I think, age group or the subjects. I think that must be used in each and every discipline. So it's a challenge, because at the mental level, they basically, the very soft sciences and humanities people are not ready to do this thing. And here again, the other challenge, I think I will quick run through, so that we can meet the time. So there's a need to improve women's participation. Again, here, one thing I would like to discuss with you and to bring to your notice, that if you and we know pretty that at the global level, so is the case of India. I think women constitute 50% of the total population of our own country. When we talk about the demographic, means their share is almost equal. So here, and if you see the participation in higher education at the top level or labor participation everywhere, they are represented, they are grossly underrepresented, means their presence are not much there. So here it's again on the part of the academic staff or at the top level management, at the policy maker, that how we can make our higher education rather more inclusive is again challenge. In order to optimum utilization of the resources and to make a better society, to progressive society, it's very important to improve the condition, means participation of women everywhere, not only in the higher education but in every sector of society and economy. So it's the other challenge. And then the changing demands of the labor market, as we said that the system to which we all are inheriting, there's a lot of requirement on the part of ourselves to change, to meet the challenges, to meet the requirement of the labor market, to meet the requirement of the society. So it's again challenge. Whatever today we are discussing with the students, or yesterday we were discussing, I think is not required tomorrow. So we should be ready, and how we are going to respond to national or the international demands. And we all know that there's a change of patterns of employment are also changing. There's a need to change the course content accordingly. So all these things have become important, that need to be addressed very quickly, appropriately, in order to meet our requirement. So the other challenge is there's a demand for new management skills within institutions, and then obtaining and retaining competent staff. As we all know that in academics, it is clearly said that best mind must come to the academia, and then we can do. So again, there's a need. It's a challenge to the society, to the policy making body, to the top level management, how we are going to address, how we are going to attract the best mind which should come and join the academic, is again a challenge. And then in order to meet all these challenges, the management of the institution need to be respond very proactively and positively. Then we will be able to. So there's a need to be responsive and able to change in accordance with the changing policy of government, external demands, and societal needs. There should be greater awareness of international perspective in the content of the course. Already I have told you. And course curriculum must be updated, keeping employers, governments, or students into the these all are the practical things. I think we all are addressing. There's no doubt, but there's a need to address more vigorously in order to meet the challenges. Contemporary changes are very, very rapid and very radical, and the transformation of things are going to be changed. So here, there is a need for more institutional cooperation, to which you all are doing. But again, there's a need to do much more in this area. There should be an awareness of institutions' role in national development and its contribution in local community and society. There is a growing emphasis on quality of teaching, as well as the research is a very important for academic staff. So here, I am going to highlight and reiterate rather what kind of competencies are important. We all are doing this now, but there's a need to work. Means teaching staff would have the following competencies. Means there's an awareness and understanding of different ways in which students learn. Students have become very challenging. And if you see, students are very there is rather more, they are accessible to more, I think, no, information rather than the teacher. So here it's very important. And I think competency and whatever is so motivation is very, very important for the teaching staff, academic staff, means how. And we all know that how to manage the classroom has become a challenge, and there's a need to develop this kind of understanding, how to understand the psychology of the students. And we all know that in the classroom, there's a lot of diversity, in the sense slow learner, fast learner, and then average learner. So it's very important to understand on the part of the academic staff, teacher, to address this very diversified group. And then it is also very important to develop or to acquire knowledge, skills, and attitudes relating to assessment and evaluation of students in order to help students learn. And there should be, of course, commitment to a scholarship in the discipline, maintaining professional standards and knowledge of current development. Means I'm just reiterating, I'm just sharing, and how IT or ICT has become the need of the day to understand on the part of the teaching staff, and how we all are going to use in our day-to-day life or in the classroom to make our classroom rather more impactful or more learning. So how we all are going, we the teachers are going to become the learner centric, student centric. And gone are the days over there teacher was dominating, and it was class was effectively and practically it was teacher centric. But now the time has come to make our classroom learner centric. It has become the need of the day. Then we can do something, because challenges are enormous before the teacher to meet all these things. So I think this kind of competency, this kind of skills have become the need of the, and this kind of platform like conferences, this conference, we the people are going to learn a great deal. And how we are, after learning it, how we are going to use. So this kind of seminar, symposium, workshop, faculty induction program, refresher course must be held very rapidly, very frequently, so that we all could get the chance to update our knowledge, or to acquire skills, or to update our knowledge and learning. Everything has become the need of the day. And then I think we all know that the main responsibility, of course, many responsibilities are there, but I think main responsibility of academic staff or the teacher is teaching and research. I think personally consider that research is rather more important. And today's, and we are also have been left behind in terms of the research, and research has always played a very important role. So here again, in terms of research, what kind of competencies are required, skills are required. The following skills are required by research or what we call it, the academic staff, so that we could do something in this. So how to prepare a proposal, so that if we are able to submit to the different professional agencies or research agency, we will be able to get we will be able to get accepted our proposal. And when we get the funds, because in order to get the funds, it's very important to write a good kind of research proposal. And already we know that there is a shortage of money, there is a crisis of money. So here, how to raise the funds, how to mobilize the resources is also very important in this contemporary age. So I think we also happen to be the supervisor and for research scholars, and then project management, particularly relating to international partnership projects. So in this very globalized world, how we are going to use our resources, how we are going to develop our own academic skills, research skills, so that we can have the collaborative kind. And already if we have discussed that we need to have the academic collaboration, not only within our own country, but even outside. And here I would like to again discuss with you that resources, and whatever the 11 or more than 1,000 universities are there. So there is a difference in terms of the resources. So we are working for the nation. We are working for India. So we, as a collaborative partner, can use our resources. Whatever resources you are having and the other universities are having, there must be a collaboration between them for the maximum utilization or the optimum utilization of resources. So there should be collaboration, joint collaboration. So not only within the country, and this we can explore the possibility to have the academic collaboration or research collaboration with outside the boundary of the country, means at the international national level. I think this must be realized. So these kind of things have become the need. So here, two things are very important. If we are making our research very effective, very practical, and very relevant, definitely if we are going to share the same in the classroom, students are going to be tempted, students are going to listen to us. And the time has come that if we don't do it, again, we cannot catch up the fast changing scenario of the world. So how we can catch up, how we can make our country proud and develop in terms of, and already we know that research leads to development of our own nation or development of society. And the role of the teachers are very prominent. That's why it is said that the destiny of any society, destiny of our own country is shaped in the classroom. So we, the academic staff, we, the faculty, uh, can play a very important role. Of course, we all are play, but more important, more prominent role is being expected from the society, and we need to do it. So, like, I think, I'm sure that this conference is going to ignite. This conference is going to motivate the faculty or the participants who have joined this conference, and definitely they will feel energized, they will feel motivated, they will feel inspired by the interaction of number of scholars who are going to discuss, not only the national scholars but even the international scholars have been invited by Professor Kel Sharma those who are going to interact with the participants here. So here, I think I think I should also leave some time for debate and discussion, so that I could take some of the questions. So thank you so much for so much patient hearing. So this is all I wanted to share with you. Now it's time for your question. I will be very happy and delighted to have your comments, questions, observations, to learn something from you.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
sir.
very good
Thank you so
morning,
much.
sir. And while thanking you for your excellent presentation on challenges and mapping of the points which institution need to do related to the professional development, I have a small question, sir. The
Yes, please.
point what you mentioned, commitment to scholarship in the discipline. What exactly is that, and how is it related to the professional development of the faculty? Can you just throw some light on that?
Yes. What I wanted to, I think, elaborate or tell you that commitment to discipline. If I am a teacher, commitment to the discipline means I am teaching. If I am a professor of economics, you are a professor of a particular subject. So commitment means that we should have the vast knowledge. We should have thorough knowledge of that one. If anybody is asking question, I think we will be able to answer that question. So this is what I meant over here.
Okay, thank you, sir. And most of the challenges what you highlighted, they are pertaining to the government policies, and institution has to act basing on those initiated policies of the government. For example, the student strength in the institution. Obviously, as the student strength increases, proportionately, they themselves, government is making the policy that you need to recruit your faculty members basing on the student strength. So naturally, once the faculty members are recruited, the great challenge to the institution is to raise the standards of the recruited faculty members in accordance with various points you have mentioned. Thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightening
Thank
us.
you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks
Good
for
morning.
such
Good noon.
comprehensive. Good noon, sir. Sorry, the watch is not working these
No
3 4
issue.
days. Sir, thanks for such a comprehensive address. We have question from our audience, Anuradha Shankar. She is asking, how far will you agree that private institutions are more oriented to goals of quality in comparison to the government? I think that she means.
Yes, I think it's a very subjective question, and we don't have much research on that. But I think both the institutions, private as well as the public, are working. If we have a very positive and healthy competition between the two, I think we can do wonders. So we should only for administrative purpose, for some purpose, we can make the distinction between the private and the public. I think there is a challenge as how to mobilize the resources. And of course, if you see, I think it varies from institution to institution. Some private universities are doing wonders, there's no doubt about it. And there are some public universities are doing wonders. But we cannot club and we cannot demarcate the distinction. And the purpose of education is very noble. Let me tell you that as how to eradicate poverty, as how to educate the population. As I told you that it's a great challenge before our own nation, that how we are going to convert this population, means how we are going to reap the benefits of demographic dividend country. Population means India is a country of youth. So only public sector is not going to deliver the goods. So there's a need on the part of the private sector. And you know that very recently, and government has allowed even foreign universities are going to stay here. So let's have the very healthy kind of competition between public, private, or foreign, national. I think we cannot demarcate the boundary. We cannot create or erase the boundaries. So here, if the positive kind of competition is there, healthy competition, so we all should welcome. And we as a private sector, we as a public sector, we all are working to educate the population or to develop the nation. So only for some purpose, only for debate and discussion we can do. The purpose of education is to serve the nation. This is what I mean.
Thank you very much, sir. We have one more question from our audience. Dr. Raja is asking, does quality provide a holistic solution to unemployment?
I think in the long run, yes, it will provide. There's no doubt that quality. See, unless until we have the quality, and we need to ensure the quality, and it will do that. I think in the long term, we must say and we must agree that it is going to provide the employment. Quality we cannot. Of course, quantity is important, but at the cost of quality, we should not do any kind of other exercise. I think if we do that, because we need to match up. Quality is a very very comprehensive concept, and very relevant one also.
Thank you very much, sir. As usual, Lata ma'am can identify how many questions we have. Over to Lata ma'am.
Thank you, Radhakrishna sir. Thank you so much. So Professor Rahman sir, it's really indeed an elaborative and constructive knowledge that has been given from your end, which deals about the ability to handle students, the set of skills that are required, and the research role of the academic staff. Thank you so much, sir. It's
Thank
indeed
you. Thank you so
most
much.
knowledgeable output. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Now, I take it as a privilege to invite Mr. M. Lakshmana Kumar, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our next key address of the speaker. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you, dignitaries and participants. It's a pleasure to introduce eminent speaker, Dr. Van Norhati Bineti Van Dort. Is a professor from the School of Finance and Banking, Faculty of Business and Management, University Sultan Jainal Abidin, Malaysia. With over 25 years of involvement in teaching and research, Dr. Van Norhati teaches various subjects, especially enterprises risk management, strategic management, tactful insurance, entrepreneurships, and many management subjects. Among her exciting pertinent research, which as experience was a research project on the poverty in Brunei, amounting Malaysian ringgit 8.5 million from the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, Brunei Darussalam. She also received the grant from the Islamic Research and Training Institute IATI JEDI amounting to US $15,000 to lead research that measuring the quality of leaders among the tactful insurance operations in Malaysia. Also, she received the Fellow of the Royal Geography Society to focus on the poor and underprivileged. She also completed another research project to develop a unified framework of insurance rules and regulations for the associations of Southeast nations, ASEAN countries, amounting to the Malaysian ringgit 80,200. This research gained significant attention from the industry practitioners since it gives a comprehensive checklist of tactful insurance companies in Malaysia and Indonesia to compare their tactful rules and regulations. In 2020, she received another FRGS Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society grants as a leader with the title Cybersecurity Risk Management for the Public University in Malaysia, amounting Malaysian regrets 100,000. In the same year, she also managed to get large research grants, LRGS funding with the title Comparative Advantage of the Coconut Varieties for Product Specified Utilizations and Value Addition for 5 years. She also writes and published books about ERM and micro tactful flood schemes and many more. Currently, she is Assistant Vice Chancellor, Strategic and Rating, and Director for the Center for Talent and Training Management at her institute. She is also one of the active panel assessor who specializes in assessing new programs for all universities in Malaysia at the national level, appointed by the Malaysian Qualification Agency. Thank you, and I'm welcoming Dr. Noate. Please address your valuable speech, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the chairman. Very okay. Yeah. I appreciate it with your kind words about introducing me. Okay. So let me share my slide first before I start for my presentation today. Okay. Okay, so what I would like to share with all of you for today is about the challenges of TQM in higher education, as mentioned by the chairman. Okay, you can call me Dr. Wan Noor. Okay, maybe quite long to spell out my name. Okay, now I engage with the one of the university in Malaysia. It is located in the east coast of the Peninsular Malaysia, Terengganu, that called University Sultan Zainal Abidin. Okay. So what I would like to share with all the members here is about the challenges of TQM, but maybe we can start with the introductions. And I will give you exploration about the execution of the TQM in higher education and what's the challenges and some point for improvement or overcome for that particular challenges. Okay. So when we are talking about the TQM, everybody know that it is the management approach, which is aimed to improve quality of education services and the process of it for the purpose of the continuous improvement. Okay, the keywords is the continuous improvement. So normally when the university apply TQM in their operational methods, they actually focus on the approach of the consumer and for customer satisfactions. So the principle of the continuous improvement and how we actually focus on the consumer satisfactions. It is a keyword. My personal what we call observation and experience when we are talking about TQM in higher educations. And we can apply TQM in the process of operational in higher education, especially when we actually practice or we execute the curriculum design and delivery, assessment and also evaluation, student service and administrative process. So it is actually the spot of operational works. We need to look into consideration where we say that we want to implement TQM in our higher educations. So normally in university, when we do the discussion, sharing, and also benchmarking from one to another, I can assume that it is 5 key elements where we want to execute in TQM in higher education. So first, it is about the customer focus. It means that expectation of we able to fulfill needs and wants of the consumer. That actually we are actually referring to the stakeholder of the institution. Number 2, it is about how we try to identify and eliminate inefficiency while we in the process of doing operational matters in university. So the keywords is this about the how we can consistently do the continuous improvement for all circle of the operational matters. Number 3, involvement of the staff, including administrative, academia, students, and also stakeholders. It is important because of the if we cannot buy in the stakeholders involved in executing the QM, it leads to the obstacle or challenges for us to gain the benefit of implementing TQM in the higher education. Number 4, it is about data. Data driven because of the data is very crucial. Based on the analysis of data, we are making decision. So if we unable to have very systematic data, we also not really able to verify and we cannot compile all the data. It's hard, or maybe we might do the wrong making decision. So collecting data, verified data, having systematic system, compiling and pulling all the data is very important in TQM. And number 5, for sure, it is about teamwork and also collaboration. We unable to do the TQM just solely on or we responsible put it responsibility to the one department. Cannot do like that. It's like we call it as a silo approach because of the TQM is need to do it together. with all various faculty, various departments. So that's why when we want to emphasize of good practice in doing or implementing TQM in our institution, teamwork, collaboration is very important. Okay, it is introduction. Can I actually recap or can share with all of you? I think that all of you already noticed that it is the preliminary elements where we want to implement TQM. So normally in higher institution where we are talking about execution TQM, so normally they have few factors that can be a good execution of TQM. So I just want to put it the priorities based on my experience. So first, I found that first vision and goal for TQM initiative need to be understood by all of our staff in higher education, especially in that particular university. So if the goal, initiative of TQN, what's the vision, not really understood and not really what we call understandable by all, so it's quite hard for us to do the execution. Okay, number two, involve of all stakeholders. Okay, as I said, we unable to put responsibility for one department, that we call it quality department or unit, quality units, okay, to ensure TQM can be successfully execute in the university. So it is actually a part of the responsibility of the leaders or top management to buy in, understand TQM, and ensure everybody take parts, okay, to apply TQM. Number three, assess the current state. Means that in the process of our providing service to the customer, we need to detect where the loophole in our delivering our service to the customer. So we need to assess which the loophole, and we can specifically look at one and do the improvement. So assess the current state is quite important, because of the we don't want to entertain all the process of operation with a similar manner. Otherwise, we need to prioritize which one have a loophole, and that one is a prioritize to solve that particular issue. Number five, it is regard with the implement improvement initiative. It is about the regard with the assessment of that particular assess the current state. We need to do the changes, especially in our curriculum, assessment method, student service, administrative process. So this one actually initiative that we can do to mitigate the loophole that we can detect from the assessment of the current state. Monitoring and evaluation is very important, because of it is a tool for us to benchmark and also do the corrective actions. So if we unable to monitor and evaluate the progress of our operational method, so it's actually we not comply with the principle of the TQM, which is they are looking for the continuous improvement. And last but not least, whatever you do, while you are executing the TQM, we need to celebrate success, and also we need to consistently sustain our achievement as a continuous improvement. Okay, because of the without this particular motivation, and also we put the benchmark regard with the consistency, sustainable continuous improvement, maybe the motivational of the staff who involved to ensure the success of the implementation TQM cannot be maintained. Or maybe you just maintain as a status quo. You are not looking for the more better from a day to next another entire day. Okay. So it is actually the main focus of my presentation for today. Even though many university they involved with the TQM, they apply TQM, but still they have obstacle to do it. Okay, so here I compile some of the challenges normally faced by the university. Well, they try to do the best as they can improve the performance of their work in university using the TQM approach. So number one, it is about the resistance to change. It is because of the maybe the staff or stakeholders, they are comfortable with the current old way of doing things. They are status quo and they are unable to accept the changes. So it is a very it is very hard to do because of the issue about the attitude of the staff. Okay. Number two, maybe some of it they want to do it, but they have limited budget. Okay, lack of the resources because of the to do the TQM, actually we need to have, we need to sacrifice the budget, need to put some, like we need to have funding for training, okay, to make sure all the stakeholder, staff, students who involved in that particular operational method need to have knowledge of it. We need to do a training session for them to make sure they understand. And also, we also need to have improvement regard with the process flow of the operational methods, such as like we need to have the technologies and we need to buy the latest innovation system. Okay, it also incurred huge money, okay, to do it. Okay. Number three, it is about the limited understanding of PQM. It cannot be denied. It is also happen in my university. Well, admin staff, normally in my university, after you in that particular department, 3-4 years, you need to do the rotational job, which you need to transfer to another department. And we actually need to train a new staff and new episode come over, which is limited of understanding to do it of the TQM. So we need to do the moreover, we need to do the training once again, and then we need to buy in the staff to ensure they understand and they need to do the TQM methods. So also it is actually some of the constraint that normally happen in the university. But I understood that some of the university, they actually already put the policy where if you involve with that particular technical works of such as like strategic matters, TQM quality matters, normally you try to maintain that particular staff for the normal rotational basis. Okay. In another challenge that normally happen is about the inadequate leadership. It is about, we are talking about the top management and their commitment. They are serious of want to do or not want to do TQM as a priority for the university. So somehow we need to have support from the top management to do the enforcement for the whole entire staff in the university to take part seriously while doing the or executing TQM in the university. Others challenges, well, we try to execute the best as we can. TQM in higher education, it is about the conflicting priorities. Conflicting priorities mean you have a lot of the priorities need to do, but normally TQM becomes the lowest priorities to do first. So somehow it is not a top priority for the top management, and somehow TQM initiative cannot be do as quicker. It is because of that we have another super priorities to entertain. So it is also come as a challenge for us as a higher institution, where we put TQM as not really important in our institution to resolve the issue. Okay, and others is difficulty to measure. Difficulty to measure, such as it means about the it is about the data actually. Okay, where, as I said to you before, data is very important. The analysis of the data, the findings of the data, it leads us to do a right decision. So if we have a difficult to measure the data, and it leads to the give a wrong interpretation of the solving the issue that we have regard with the TQM perspective. Okay, that's why data, we need to have the unique data where the staff need to have a very good system compiling all the data, and also staff can do the analysis regard with the verify the data, and based on the data, normally the top management can do the decision what's next. So if we have a very unclean data or very ugly data, it actually affect the execution of the TQM. Inadequate communication, it is very hard to ensure people talking with the same mind or same communication, same thinking regard with the TQM. So it is a challenge regard with how we need to continuously talking and give the awareness to ensure we can execute TQM very good in such a way of what we actually aim for. And also, last but not least, is I said it is not constraint for this particular item. It is many more, but it is actually normally happen in the university, where have a challenges regard with executing the TQM. It is about the lack of the standardization. It is because of the we want to standardize the process, the procedure from different department and faculty. It actually takes a long discussion to do the consensus of which of the official standardization. Somehow different departments have their own standardizations. Okay. And how to overcome that particular challenge? Well, we really hard to ensure everybody take part and understand TQM, and actually use this principle of the continuous improvement. So here is a few overcome that what we need to do. So first is regard with the leadership commitment. I think this is the first number one. Yeah, because of the if the leaders take a part, okay, and be supportive and inform to everybody, so it is actually easy way for us to do the execution or to solve the hiccup that actually we face while executing the TQM in our university. Number two, it is about the communication and engagement. Keep talking TQM goal, keep mentioning what's supposed to be need to do, keep informing them, and at last they understood very well, so easy for us to do the job. Number three, training and development. Okay, some of the university they want to develop talent, they sacrifice for put it a huge budget okay, for training and development. It is because of they want all the staff understood, and they actually have the similar manner thinking what to do next. So they really understand. And so it is actually easier for us to tackle or to reduce obstacle while we actually implementing TQM. Next is involvement of the all stakeholders. As I said to you, TQM is not the silo approach, but they are comprehensive approach. Means that everybody need to take part. It's not just only TQM unit or TQM department only. It is actually need to be engaged by everybody, whatever department you are from or faculty are. Everybody need to actually come together, and then we actually consensus to doing things together as what goals and initiative already stated by the top management. Next is about the use of data and evidence. Same goes to my experience as a assistant vice chancellor regard with the rating and strategy. We also face a very difficult when we submitted the data for ranking rating, QS or THE, whatever. Got problem regard with the how we want to message the data and how to compile, pull the data, how to verify the data. Because of from that particular data, it is actually measure us of what strategy we need to do and what's the what we call decision, the best decision we need to resolve for that particular obstacle. So that's why in this case, my personal opinion, we need to actually look back and also need to give the emphasis on data and also evidence, because of the when you do the analysis of the data, you can help you a lot regard with the improving the practice of TQM in your institution. Lastly, we need to focus on continuous improvement. As I said in the beginning of my presentation, the principle of TQM is a continuous improvement. So we need to focus on how to ensure we can do the improvement from time to time. So we cannot run away from the right path, regard with always want to do the improvement from time to time. Okay. That's all. But before I end my presentation, I would like to share a case study. I checked a few university, but I found that some of the university actually quite popular regard with the executing TQM, and maybe we can actually do the benchmarking for our institution to look their practice as our as our best practice to improve our implementation of the TQM from time to time. You can look at the University of Michigan, which is this university also got the award, Malcolm Badridge National Quality Award, and also the Higher Education Excellence in Diversity award. So they are very serious or very they are very keen and prioritize TQM in their daily working operation from in the university. Number 2 is Ohio State University. Number 3, Pennsylvania State University. Number 4, University of Texas at Austin, and number 5, University of the Central Florida. In India, I found that Manipal University also is not bad. They actually use TQM in their operational methods for the looking for the continuous improvement, and they found that they are emphasized on the training, on the data, verified data. They do the continuous improvement process, student involvement in the TQM, and also they also apply employee empowerment. okay, to ensure they are success in the TQM in their university. With that, Mr. Chairman and all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity share about what's the challenges of TQM in higher education. I open to the Q&A. If I able to give my token of the answer for the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Thank you for your time and enlightening delivery. A few of our audience have few, I think, only 10, 15 questions. But since time is limited, so I will forward to you the first question they are asking, how to ensure a quality communication in organization,
Okay.
particularly higher education institution.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prof. Radha. Okay. What I actually, it is based on my experience in my university. Communication, normally we tackle based on the, what we call engagement or discussion meeting, and we do the what we call notes to everybody, like a pamphlet about our aspiration of doing the TQM. We also have the road tour and also road show almost every year. From time to time, every quarter, we are meeting together to do the, it is like a spot check. What's your achievement of doing TQM in your department? We do that one because of we have one unit which actually measure the performance of TQM for each of the department every quarter. So with that, normally people in charge in TQM will do the keep mentioning our goal and initiative, and we do the discussion to ensure everybody understood what's supposed to be need to do, tips and trick, and also what's the do and don'ts while you actually applying for ensure they understand the matters regard with the TQM. I think it is actually very short response to you, Prof. Radha.
Thank you, Doctor. Nicely addressed. The next question is, they want a bit more clarification of use of data in quality improvement of assessments. If you can add something.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Data is very important. It is because of the somehow where you do the when you want to do the what we call the achievement, we need data. So somehow in my university they come out with the template, which what's supposed to be you need to execute, and what's good, what's actually obstacle to do it. So all that particular data we actually compile and we pass over to unit of TQM to check, and from that it is like a risk register. We register what's the loophole and what's the obstacle, what's the improvement, what's the good, what's the ugly, actually while you are implementing the TQM methods. So we have that particular template, and then normally we will do the analysis of it. So that's why I said to you, so if you give a wrong interpretation, wrong information regard with the what you are doing things for improvement of the quality, total quality management, so we do the wrong analysis. That's why data is a crucial for us, because of the where we do the quarterly assessment of what you are doing things for all the departments. We actually collecting what the best practice and what's the obstacle obstacle for that particular quarter, 3 months. Okay. So normally we try to solve the issue based on the data, and then we need to ensure we do the remark for that particular department. You need to settle your the obstacle within that particular quarter, and ensure they will not be prolonged to the next quarter. So that's why data is very crucial for us, and actually data need to be systematically have monitored by the one of the group or unit. So system of data is very, very important to ensure we can execute TQM very well. That's my answer, Brother.
Thank you, Doctor. Nicely addressed. With your permission, may I take one more question? Yeah, Doctor. Another audience is asking how to manage resistance to change among teachers in a higher education institution using TQM.
Okay. Quite number of questions, ya, Brother. Okay, resistance to change, it is about the attitude of that particular person. Okay, so it is actually merely responsibility to all. So we need to embark with the enforcement. Okay, because of the somehow, if we are keep talking, keep communicate that we need to do the improvement. If you go to the tool of the BCG balance scorecard, they have one section that you need embedded your works in spite of the operational matter. You also need to have the innovation part, which is you need to improve your operation daily work from time to time. So if you not want to improve what you are doing things, so you actually not follow the balance scorecard, which is can lead to the what can I say, routine performance. Okay, you not go as what's supposed to be you need to go. I mean that everybody have KPI for the institution. Your university need to improve from year to year. If you are in the ranking of actually maybe 10, now you want to be the number 1. So I think that if you set a score using as what you actually do previous years ago, you don't want to do the innovation of your work, so actually you cannot go to anywhere. You actually as what you are now. So that's why it is top management need to play a role and we need to have a bit of the enforcement. Is it like sticks? Okay, in spite of the you actually always go to the a bad or beautiful things to do it. Okay. Right, Florida.
Thank you very much, Professor. So nice of you. Thanks for your time and your all support. Over to Professor Lata.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It's indeed the most vibrating speech that has been heard for the day. Thank you so much. And proud to be a woman when we see that one of the women, the most eloquent speaker, has been one among the women. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for the paper presentations. We have two international presenters for the day, along with Radhakrishna Sharma sir of KLEF India. We have Vishal Jain, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, and Santhanil Kumar of Oman to be presenting the paper on significance of ocean model to improve quality of stakeholders feedback for higher education institutions. Welcome for the presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, 1 minute, I'll just share the screen with you all.
So we made you presenter, you can share, sir. Please.
1 minute, sir. You're able to see my screen, sir?
We are seeing you, not your screen right now.
Now?
Yes, sir.
It's good, right? Just I'll make one
Yes,
transition.
perfect.
I'll just make one transition to make sure that the movement is right. You're
Yes,
able to see
go
the
ahead.
next page? Yes, sir. So, good afternoon, one and all. And I would like to thank the organizers of IAQHEI'23 for accepting our paper and for inviting me as a speaker for the paper. Now, we are three authors here. Dr. Vishal Jain, who is currently traveling from India to Oman. So he will not be able to do his presentation part. And as you know, Dr. Radhash Krishna Sharma, who has been working on this paper for us. So he is the brain behind this entire ocean model and the higher education institution feedback system, the quality of stakeholders feedback in higher education institution. So basically, it started when he was appointed as a quality in the quality assurance cell, where he was a coordinator for a particular section, and that instigated the research paper. Now, this is the third paper in line with the same quality assurance paper what we have published. So in today's presentation, I have just 5 topics: our abstract, the introduction part, the literature review, the research methodology, and the conclusion. So basically, when we are talking about the abstract, so these are the topics what we will be seeing today. So the higher education institutions are entrusted with the responsibility to shape young and thoughtful human brains to create human resources for the national building. Name it any nation, the higher education institution targets the young people to have a good ethic towards building a better society and to be a better human being. So when we are talking about the quality education, there are certain administration bodies which are formed by the government for quality assurance for the higher education institutions, especially for the formation, the operation, and the regulation of the rules for improving the performance and achieving the organization goals towards your higher education institution. So when we are dealing with this, we try to get the rational feedback from the individual for improving the performance of the organization goal. So the organization needs the efficient feedback for improvement, which relies totally on the individual's knowledge, experience, and the personality when they are giving a feedback. So the respondent plays a major role when a feedback is taken. And as you know, every human being, there is a personality trait which plays a key role when we talk, when we walk, when we eat. So the same thing applies in the feedback process for quality assurance also. So this paper, which is in the third in the pipeline, this is an enhanced version of our previous research work, which is the significance of personality dimension to feedback and its impact on quality assurance in higher education. So we did a comparative study between the higher education institutions in Oman and in India. So the goal of this research is to discuss the importance of Ocean Big Five personality dimension of the respondents when we collect information in an higher education institution. And along with that, a innovative or a new model has been proposed by this paper, which is called as the KAFU model, which is collect, assess, filter, and using the feedback for the quality assurance. So when we are talking about the introduction for our paper, there is always a very close relation between the graduates and the employment or the unemployment relation. So the graduates who come out of higher education institution need job. The companies, they expect skilled, responsive, innovative, and constructive human resource. Now, there is a very big gap between the wants or the needs of the company and the education what the individual is getting when he goes out of the college. Basically, we're talking about the graduates and postgraduates. So the role of quality education here is to make sure that the higher education institution deliver the education which bridges the gap between the needs and wants of the company and the individual skill ability. And the key requirement for a good quality assurance system, it should focus on different stakeholders when you're taking a feedback into the system, which includes students, teachers, the support staff, the administrators, the policy makers, even government organizations, the local and the global industry, the employers, the community, the parents, and everybody has to be involved when you are getting a feedback. Now, when we are talking about the the requirement of a good quality system feedback, they have a diverse nature. So the humans are different, the organizations are different, their portfolios are different, their working styles are different, the personality changes, location, age, experience, name anything, everything changes from individual to individual, from an organization to organization, and it affects the feedback what we get as a company, or as we get the feedback. This paper is an attempt to examine the degree of participation of some of the stakeholders, who are students, academicians, the administrative staff of your education institution, who provide the feedback for improving and highlighting the personality trait of a response group to evaluate the quality of the feedback what we get. So the study gives, or it aims to examine and understand the personality dimension of every human in the response group using the Ocean Big Five personality dimension model. The study suggests adjusting the feedback outcome. We do not take all the feedback what is given by the student or by the academician or by the administrative directly. We use a filtering mechanism, and then you assess and then you filter and you take it. So the study suggests adjusting the feedback outcome with the personality dimension of response group. So the recommendations which you get out of that filtering will be helpful to the higher education institutions for incorporating or for improving the quality assurance standards in the organization. So when we were doing the literature study, this paper has been almost going for, we have been doing the literature review for almost 3 to 5 years. So we mainly focused on the different education, the standards, the quality assurance committees, the administration bodies. And when we were finding out, or we have a lot of literature review which we have done on higher education and the personality traits of humans. And we selected this ocean model. The ocean stands for openness to experience, C stands for consciousness, E stands for extraversion, A stands for agreeableness, N stands for neuroticism. And what is these factors is openness is the individual's willingness to try new or innovative ideas or things. Consciousness is always the people who do things in a planned and organized way, and they are very much goal focused. Extroversion are people who are very friendly, who are very talkative, they socialize too much, they are very, very energetic, and they are very assertive. Agreeableness, they are people who are friendly and they feel the emotions for others, or they are more empathetic, and they are the ones who are the caretakers and the helpful kind. Neuroticism is an emotional quotient of a psychological stress, or the person who we term as reactive or impulsive. Like people, when they are sad, they take some wrong decisions. When they are angered, when they are having guilt, they take different types of actions, and it is not sometimes socially acceptable. So these people, the trait which is neuroticism, deals completely with the emotional psychological trait. So it depends on their mood and the emotions what is going inside them. So the decisions will be, or the feedback what they give will be based on that particular emotional levels. Like say for example, a student gets maybe a 7 or a 6 out of 10 on an assignment, and you give the feedback form for the teacher. The student is not happy at that time, he is angry, he is sad, he is feeling guilty. No matter what is the emotion, the teacher is not going to get a good feedback from that particular student. And maybe after 10 minutes or 15 minutes, he will be calmed down and his emotions might be coming down. When you give a survey, the answers or the feedback what he will be getting, or the grade what the teacher will be given, will be completely different. So it depends on the emotion of the human being who is giving a feedback based on the current situation of that. It's a most dangerous situation where the companies or the organizations, the higher education institutions, when they get a feedback, they have to check whether the personality is in a normal condition, or whether they are aggravated or they're calm. So it depends on a lot of parameters, and we have a questionnaire for finding out the traits, the range of the traits for every individual. We have done a lot of quite a survey, and I'll be showing you the results of that. And when we are doing this literature survey, we came up with a CAFU model. So the model argues that as a feedback which is given by the stakeholders of the higher education institution is influenced by the personal traits, hence might not be fair and accurate. So the collection of feedback, the assessment, the filtering, and the use is the CAFU model. So C stands for collection, A stands for assessment, F stands for filtering, and U stands for using this. So moving on to the research methodology for our paper. So we had 5 hypotheses. So the system or the study is an attempt to test the role of the personality trait of a response group on the feedback, which is by testing the following hypothesis. H1, which is the respondent's openness on the feedback. H2 is based on the consciousness of the feedback. H3 is about the extroversion. 4 is about agreeableness. 5 is about the neuroticism, which is given on the feedback by the respondent, by the individual. So when we were hypothesizing this, we found out that the problems starts with most of the existing quality models for higher education institutions have failed to identify the differences between the education sector and the other sectors, because education is not like a car manufacturing company, to say for example. It's not like a software industry where people work. So this particular institution or the educational fraternity, what we are in, has a complete different characteristics compared to the other industries. So human personality is one of the key factors which influences the feedback quality of the system. Hence, analyzing and understanding the influence of a personality trait over feedback is required to improve the quality of the feedback which is given to the higher education institution for decision making. This study also attempts to propose the ocean model to test the effect of personal trait over the feedback quality. So when we were doing the design or the research design, it was both qualitative and quantitative. And when we were studying or when we were doing the research, we found out that the opinions, the observations and experiences of different personalities, the teachers, the admins, the directors, the deans, the supporting staff, the people who are working in LRC or in library, in your labs, the normal students and the employers. So this was basically targeting them, and the data collection was done in Oman and in India. We had around 5 colleges from Oman and 5 higher education institutions from India who were the target, and we used a Google survey or Google questionnaire to circulate and collect the information from academicians, administrators, and there were totally 366 respondents in a combination of 205 Indians and 161 Omani targets. In that, 180 males and 186 were females, 107 were academicians, 7 were administrators. So we had 252 students in total. In that, 225 were in bachelor's, 36 students were in diploma, 59 in master's, 46 doctorates, and the majority of 253 respondents, they were in the age group of 15 to 25, the students basically, and the remaining, the administrators, the faculty, all they were in the range of 26 and plus. So the data collected reveals that the feedback mean, which was like 3.91 with a standard deviation of 0.922, which indicates that the majority of response had for positive feedback with low variation. Now, this part actually belongs to one of our friend who is traveling from Muscat to Oman, so from India to Muscat. So the factor analysis, he did the factor analysis, we collected data, and I gave the different personality models. And this was formulated by him. So if you have any technical questions, please feel free at the end to ask or put your queries to Dr. Vishal Jain. Okay, so he will be ready to answer on email or maybe on your personal level, because this I will be just reading the slides because I'm not into the factor analysis and things, to be honest. Okay, so the KMO sampling adequacy test with the measure of 0.866, which is greater than 0.6, confirms that adequacy of the sample. The total variance of 69.845% reveals that the proposed model is capable to incorporate and explain the variances included in the proposed statement. So the exploratory factor analysis with the extraction method, principal component analysis, and rotation method Verimax is able to extract 5 components from 18 items of the ocean trade with the factor loading 0.5 and above, whereas 12 items have been excluded. So the model fit measures suggest that the Cmin/DF cutoff value must be between 1 and 3, and the estimated value 3.046 is very close to the marginal value of 3 is acceptable for this study. Similarly, the acceptable CFI cutoff value, which is less than 0.95, the estimated value of the study 0.925 is acceptable. SRMR along with the estimated value of 0.57 being less than 0.057 being less than the standard cutoff, and the threshold value of 0.08 is considered as excellent for the study. The estimated RMSEA value of the study, which is less than 0.075, though more than the standard cutoff value to be excellent, is a bit high. However, being less than 0.008 is considered as acceptable. So the interfactor correlation ranging from minus 0.358 to 0.823. This is the values for our factor analysis. So based on this, it was concluded that there is a positive significance relationship between the openness of the individual on the feedback with a beta value of 0.369. So there is a positive significance relationship with the consciousness of the individual with a value of 0.281, and there is a positive significance relation between the extroversion on the feedback with a value of 0.145. The positive influence of relationship between the agreeableness on feedback with a beta value of 0.099. There is a negative significant influence between the respondent's neuroticism on feedback with a beta value of minus 0.113. So this was done by Dr. Vishal Jain. So in conclusion, coming to the end of our presentation, it was observed that among many factors, the influence of a personality trait of a response group over the feedback is one of the key reasons for poor quality feedback what we give to the higher education institution. This study highlights the significance of improving the feedback quality by analyzing the response group's personality using an ocean model for better decision making at every stage of the quality assurance system. The GQA model by Sharma, Jain and Kumar, which was in 2019, also advocates the use of ocean model for the personality trait analysis of the response group to get better and true outcomes from the feedback given by different stakeholders for informed quality improvement and assurance. This is also confirmed by the recommendations of the CAFU submodel of your NFC FFE model, which was done by Dr. Radhakrishnan Sharma in 2022. The result of this study might be not generalized because the response group personality analysis for adjusting the feedback quality is done with a small group of respondents. As I told you, it's around 366. So in order to be more specific, we have to take a bigger sample, which we will be doing it in the future. For improving and assuring quality of your higher education institution, the feedback quality of the response group is indebatably important. So whenever we are taking a feedback, the feedback quality which is coming from the respondents is very, very important. It is significant to understand that the personality trait of the response group for adjusting the feedback received before incorporating in an improvement plan for developing the capabilities, the competencies, the skill of the employees, the process, the practices and the culture of an organization. So when for giving an example, this is very, very important from our conclusion, from our research, we found out that if a teacher gives a bad or a very tough question paper and the students are getting like 50, 60, 70% of marks in their midterm or in their assessment, this has a direct influence on the feedback what the teacher gets at the end of the semester. We have seen it and we have been experiencing it as the teaching faculty. So this is where it led to, like, in case if a student is not happy with you, the feedback what you get will be, you cannot imagine it. And if the students are very happy with you, you'll get like a 4 or a 4.5 out of 5 for your feedback, which might be true, which might not be true. So there are two cases. Like when you're getting a negative feedback, it is not necessary that you are negative. And if you're getting a positive response, it's not necessary that you might be full positive. So there, it depends on the individual's personality trait, especially the respondents. So there are a lot of factors which have to be considered. Now, not talking too much on that particular point, the analysis of our ocean model on the samples or the target samples, when the openness rate is high, the feedback which is received is full of creative inputs and which initiates for improvement. When the conscious level is high, when the factors are high, it indicates the factor received is based on fact, is rational, and organizational goal oriented. So when the feedback, the extraction trait or the extroversion trait is high, it might be having a good quality improvement with understanding of the social environment of the response group. The agreeableness feedback, when the personality type falls in that group, it is insignificant in your higher education institution. And when the response group has a high neuroticism trait, the organization, before collecting or before and after implementing the feedback, has to be very watchful, because the respondents of high neuroticism trait are emotionally unstable. So these were the things what we have found and we have discussed in our paper today. And we are looking forward for future research. So if anybody is interested in collaborating with any one of the authors, or you're interested in the GQM model or the CAFO model or the ocean model, please feel free to contact any one of the authors which I'm showing now. So Dr. Vishal, so his mail ID is vishal.dr.jain@gmail.com. I'm senthilgnd@gmail.com. And as you know, Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma. So it's radhakrishna9@gmail.com, or you can contact him at radhakrishnan9@kaleuniversity.in. So thank you for your time. And if you have any queries, so I'll let the organizers handle that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Santil Kumar. Can I ask you a simple question? You want me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So while you are taking the students' feedback, are you considering all the students, or any percentage of students you are considering?
Sir, a little bit clarity on percentage of students. What
Percentage, say for example, the students are attendance is less than 50% or less than 40%.
Okay.
Then automatically, when you are taking the feedback, automatically
it will
they will
change.
not understand the subject. Automatically they will be the negative.
Sir, thank you for bringing this into our notice, because for the last 3-4 years we have been doing this without considering the attendance part of the respondent.
Yes.
So I think this is where my statement, which provides scope for future research. Thank you. I cannot answer that question because we have not collected the data on his attendance percentage or what is his participation in the management or in the higher education institution. Thank you, sir.
Basically, sir, this is out of the scope in this particular research, but for sure we will include it in our next.
Yeah, it's a very good thought, sir.
Okay, and also I think while you are admissions, suppose when you are taking the admissions of the students in the proper qualified students, most of the things whatever we are taking, it may not become.
Sir, no, I'm not able to comprehend the question. I'm not able to understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Suppose no, these type of whatever I have given you the question, that is a 100% of attendance. The students are less than the specified students. And also I'm taking the while the admissions is taking admissions of the students, If you
Okay.
really take the proper qualified or proper admitted student, most of these type of the feedback will reduce. That is my feeling.
So
That
that
is
is correct, sir. Sir, to be honest, when we are doing an admission process, we um, uh, there are certain things which I cannot speak it in an open forum. The management plays a
Yes.
major role in the admission.
Yes.
So I think you understand that. So when we are
Yes,
looking
yes.
at the cream of the layer of students, they try to get into different organizations.
Yes.
So that factor cannot be called in, because when a higher education institution is operating, it tries to cater to all categories. So we cannot just say, okay, all the top level students, you be in this class, you all average students be in this class. We cannot classify that. So it's a mixture or a conundrum of all different levels of students. So I think
Okay.
that
Okay.
factor we can think about it, but it cannot be implemented, is my understanding as for now. Maybe in the future
Okay.
we will think about it and bring it. Yes, sir.
Okay. One more point is,
Yes, sir.
suppose you are taking as a cream students or a well qualified students. Suppose the higher marks students, no problem. But maybe after some time, maybe due to some reasons, okay, so he may be degraded.
Happens, sir.
So in the beginning, he's a very bright student, but after maybe due to the health reasons or maybe family reasons, he may be degraded.
Health reasons, bad company, bad habits, addictions, lot of things are
Yes,
there, sir.
yes, yes. So in that case, he may he may give the again the bad feedback.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
So
And the
suppose
other way
if
is,
you if you make that type of students into the normal level by counseling, automatically the feedback analysis will be improved.
yes, sir. But
Professor
when
Venugopal.
Yes.
Senthil sir, with your permission, I would like to
yes,
answer.
sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yes.
Basically, the research is trying to find the way to neutralize or normalize the feedback given by the different personalities.
Yes, that also it's
You,
okay,
and
but
this
we
is
have to
what
give
you are
the solution
mentioning.
also we have to
This
give,
is,
no?
yeah, this is
No,
what you are
solution also
mentioning.
we have to give.
Yes, the solution is, so far what we found, we have not developed any instrument so far,
Yes.
but what we observed is that there is a crucial need of analyzing the group personality rather than individual personality. Because we
It's
have a
okay.
group of students. So
Yes.
while taking the feedback,
yes,
there must be some questions which can analyze the personality of that individual student.
No, that's what I'm
And there
telling you.
must
You
be
are
a
concentrated.
mechanism through which one group, they can, if the student is too much positive, can be normalized. If too much negative, response can be normalized. And taking all that together, the right decision can be taken. This is what is the scope of the study.
Yeah.
Scope of the study, okay, but practically it is required to improve the students. Ultimately, it
Yes,
is
for that
required.
purpose, not this study is not about only
Students.
one thing, improving the student. This is about the improvement of quality of all aspects of the organization. If the students are deteriorating, of course, about that also, if the infrastructure, they are giving some feedback, we have to neutralize or normalize that particular feedback, because somebody will say the students are very bad, and somebody will say no, students are very good if you are taking feedback from teachers. So we have to find the correct thing by adjusting, and that is possible using Ocean model. We can analyze the personality of the particular respondent who has given the feedback. That's Dr. Rumpa Roy is interested to ask one question to Professor Senthil Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Dr. Rumpa Roy, are you there? Kindly unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think Professor Sharma has already answered my question. I wanted to ask that, after conducting any survey, how will you analyze the personality traits to neutralize those, biasness? But I hope he already answered the question that as a group, we need to analyze the personality traits, but this is not, this was not the scope of your research, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. But it is very interesting. First time, I came across with this idea. Really, we are suffering from this, that there is a bias because of the personality trait, and really we did not think that way. Thank you very much for this innovative idea.
To be honest, this was an idea. This paper, what is the third paper in line? The credit goes to Dr. Radhakrishnan Sharma for initiating this. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Professor Senthil,
good
for all your
afternoon,
support.
Senthil,
Thanks,
Dr. Radhakrishnan.
Rumpai. Yes, anybody is speaking?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Subbarao here.
Yes, sir.
Just one point, what I want to raise is your whole research is basing on, your goal is to see that the quality improvement will be there in terms of the feedback from the students. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Based on the
No, sir.
personality trait.
Okay.
Our
That's
main
fine. Based
objective
on the
is,
personal this. My basic point is,
yes,
there shall be some reference first. For example, when we take the feedback from the students pertaining to any parameter or pertaining to any process, on what basis you are claiming that the existing feedback or the given feedback from the students, the percentage quality is this, let us say 75%. So that the percentage of reduction in the feedback, the expected feedback, if all those personality traits are addressed, the feedback would have been 90%, but you got 75% because of the influence of various individual personality traits. Okay. Now my question is, what is the methodology by which you are claiming that the present feedback is only 75%? No doubt various personality traits have been addressed, but the final outcome what I have got is only 75%. Then those personality traits are there which is beyond your scope, how to address them, beyond your scope of this paper, how to address those entities, so that after initiating all those steps pertaining to those traits, then when you take the feedback, the percentage will go to 90%. My question here is, how did you arrive at that value of 75% randomly, what I said? What is the methodology you have considered for claiming that the existing feedback is only 75%? That is what my question is.
Okay. Dr. Sharma, is there any answer for that question? Because
yes, sir. Actually, so far, what in our test, what we found, to answer in a better way, with the permission, I would like to say, let's take example of feedback by a student of the teacher's class experience, the classroom experience. Some teachers are so much liked by student, and some teachers are so much disliked by students, and both teachers are recruited by the same system, same process. We tried to add some question in the feedback form, and we realized that there are some students, a group of the students, who is highly positive, the personality trait Professor Senthil can identify, and we realized that some of them are irrelevant. They are just giving response because they are asked to do so. Multiplying the score by that particular personality trait weights we have given, we found some weighted average cost. And then we discussed it in a focus discuss group of 7 faculty members in our institution. So far, this is the mechanism we have reached to the conclusion. Of course, we are searching for a partner who is competent enough in developing a software through which we can analyze the feedback and the personality parallelly, and we are trying to find a formula, or you can say the foolproof formula. Probably in next research we will try to add this.
Yeah, the idea is very good
Thank you,
idea,
sir.
but definitely the final outcome, subsequent stages, what you are thinking, certainly depends on 2 important factors. One is, what is the foolproof mechanism with which you are claiming the existing feedback quality is this much? Okay. Then the second one is, as your research is focusing on the personality traits which are influencing the quality of the feedback, while after addressing those personality traits, for example, if a person is angry, then that person at that particular instant, the person might be angry. But after some time, that angriness will go, he may think in a different manner while giving the
This is
feedback. So
very
all
right, sir.
such,
This is what is the behind the this study.
yeah, all such factors will always influence the quality of the feedback.
Sure,
But
sir. We will include in future.
research always have to talk about the final outcomes. For example, when we are interested to take the feedback for initiating the necessary steps for controlling action, then the process, for example, the previous keynote speaker clearly highlighted, initiate after taking the data, collecting the data, analyze it, and implement the initiatives. In the TQM process, that is very essential. That initiatives have to be implemented. Now, in the whole process, after analyzing the quality, once we see that the quality of the feedback is not correct, then
Giving lecture.
complete the path, there are several steps to address the personality traits. And how long will it take to address those personality traits in order to get the improvement in the quality feedback? And again, this is a continuous process. Anyways, these are all the points in your further research you have to explore and think so that your research will be narrowed down to the micro level. And definitely, I wish every one of your team very best of luck. And it's a good idea to touch and to further work. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
constructive feedback, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Hello, sir.
We have one of our audience, Anuradha Shankar. She is saying, sir, can our department contribute to data for your research? We will use the ocean model and submit the data. Professor
Thank you so much.
Senthil, can we?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll send the questionnaire to you, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, sure, Dr. Anuradha. You are most
Yes, ma'am.
welcome
It
to
can be shared,
collaborate.
ma'am.
And we will also welcome anyone who can have an idea
Am I audible?
to reach the final instrument through which we can analyze the personality and adjust the feedback accordingly.
Sir, Radhakrishna, sir.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are taking the feedback. You have taken so many factors. It's very good. And the first most important one, you also consider the emotion.
Yeah.
Just now, sir also explained.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what I mean to tell is, first it is better to normalize all the emotions, and then if you collect the feedback, then we can get a quality feedback. If
Sir,
you doesn't normalize the emotion.
Yes, sir. We are 100% agree with you, but unfortunately, controlling the emotion of respondents is beyond the control of researcher. or the
True.
feedback taker.
Is
That is
it
why
correct?
at that though we are putting certain questions to judge the mindset or not, to understand the mindset and the personality of that particular respondent. This is
At that
what
time.
approach we have
That,
followed
that
in this
process
study.
we need to do first, and then we can collect the feedback next. That's what I'm.
Yeah, this is what in the questionnaire itself, the first few questions are to understand the personality and the mindset of the respondent.
At that
Thereafter, the
particular.
real feedback questions are going on. Professor Senthil, if you want to add something, please.
No,
And
sir, it's
one
a
more,
good point,
and
but
one
I
more thing is some students may be interested in one particular course, some students may not be interested in one particular course. So if they are not interested, then we may not allow them to participate in this survey. That's what
sir,
I wish to tell. That is what normalization
Divakar,
I want to tell.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Divakar,
sir.
sir.
Sorry
Yes,
to
Yes, sir.
interrupt you, sir. As the schedule is out of
Okay.
time, please limit your questions to this question, and we'll give the lunch break, and it's 2:50 is going to start. Please,
Thank you. Sir,
please consider this, sir. Thank you.
yeah, Divakar, sir, you can post your questions on to any one of the email IDs, sir.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, sir. So I'll stop
Thank you,
sharing, sir.
everyone.
Thank you,
you,
everybody.
Professor Senthil.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Doctor.
everyone, for the making this session
Contribution, sir.
success. Let's allow to announce it as a lunch break, and we will meet back at around say 2:15. I think that will be sufficient time for the finishing our lunch, and our next session, that is the on the role of quality assurance in teaching and research excellence, will start with our first speaker, Professor Mrinalini Shah from IMT Ghaziabad. Thank you, everyone. See you after the lunch.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. And this session is based on theme Role of Quality Assurance in Teaching and Research Excellence Framework. Now I request Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Mularni Shah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Mrinalini Shah is a professor at Operation and Supply Chain in Management at the Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad. And she is the founder of Management Veda. Professor Shah has received a doctorate in computer science and postdoctoral in supply chain from Warsaw University, Poland. Her education experience includes Harvard Business School, USA, and St. Gallen University, Switzerland. She is a CSCP Fellow membership and also Stanford Venture and NEN Certified Entrepreneurship Educator. Professor Shah is a recipient of state, national, international scholarships for merit, including the European Commission Postdoctoral Fellowship. Dr. Shah organized an international conference in emerging trends in supply chain and operations in association with POMS India chapter in 25th and 27th July 2022. Professor Shah was the coordinator of Atal sponsored FDP in supply chain modeling and analytics during 12th to 23rd September 2022. She has conducted many faculty development and management development programs with many national and international universities and organizations. Professor Shah research interests are supply chain strategy, supply chain modeling and analytics, inventory management, digital supply chains, etc. She has many international peer-reviewed research publications and 2 book chapters in her credit. 2 book chapters or books to her credit. Professor Shah was awarded second best women research by Ames International and won twice Best Research Paper Award in national conferences.
Ma'am, we request you to give the address to the gathering.
Mrinalini madam, please unmute yourself. You are mute.
Thank you, Doctor. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. Once again, please let us check because voice was cracking a bit. I think again you are mute.
No, I'm audible.
I'll ask my technical team to help. Yes, now you are visible.
Now?
Voice is cracking and it is very low.
But I can hear you very clearly. I can hear you very clearly.
Now your voice is clear and you are unmute also.
All right. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, 100%. Not screen, we are seeing you only.
Okay, let me share.
Please share and
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Seems there is some network issue at your side. Come again, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear, but in between it is cracking. The voice is cracking.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Okay.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You are clear, and now you're yes.
Okay.
I can see you also.
Visible as well. Okay.
Now you can start. Let's see how it goes. I think you are in open area, so there might be some network problem.
Technically, yeah, I am being shown full signal. Not sure
If you can shift to a place where signals are better, that would be great, if possible at all.
Can you see now?
Because your voice is cracking. Teja sir, is it possible if we use WhatsApp audio and slide share here? Should I ask her to call?
Yes.
We submit our apologies to all the audience for this technical problem. Just bear with us for a few minutes. We are solving it. Thank you for your patience and support.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes, madam. Your screen is clear.
And
It
my
is-
voice is also fine, right?
Yeah, your voice is also very good.
All right, so let me start.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to all the organizers, and thank you, Professor Sharma, for inviting me to deliver this address. The topic which I'm going to talk about today is zero defects in education, taking inspiration from Indian ethos. The agenda is, I'll be talking about the Indian ethos, 5 koshas and their interlinkages. What do we mean to say by defective? What happens when there is a product, process, or service defects? Elements of quality in education, constant improvements, QFD for education, NEP 2020, and challenges and opportunity, and how should we go about it? So let me talk about the 5 koshas as described in Taittiriya Upanishad. We are made up of 5 koshas: the Annamay, Pranamay kosha, Manomay kosha, Vigyanmay kosha, and Anandmay kosha. Annamay kosha is the physical chit. Pranamay kosha is the vital energy, the breath of life force, etc. Manomay kosha is contained within the Annamay and Pranamay and deals with our emotions and related stress. Obviously, there is a Vigyanmay and Anandmay. But these 3 koshas, the first 3, they are not in sync, they are not aligned. They create all the problems in our lives. They create the physical health related problems, the stress related problem, and the mind related problems. And the result is there is a stress. Let us see what do we mean to say now with a product, right? Here is a defective product. Why do I say this is a defective product? Because as per the Indian ethos, the goal of birth is to attain liberation, to attain moksha. But defects, imperfections, confusions leads to rebirth. And here comes the perfect creation. What I mean to say, yeah, jokingly the people say the women are the perfect one, but I'm not referring the women. To me, the perfect creation is a mother who's always conscious, without being conscious, that she's a mother from the moment she conceives. She does not have to remind herself while walking, while eating, while going around the places, while walking, that she's carrying a child. And throughout the life, the mother is the ideal. The child can stop being a child, behave like a child, but mother is always a mother. So that's a product. What happens when there is a defect in process? जाना था जापान पहुंच गए चीन समझ गए ना is an example of a defective process. Defect in education. What happens when this famous movie which you might have remember, where the person asks, so what do you mean to say by machine? And then famously Amir Khan said that anything which makes life easy is a machine, which is ridiculed by the professor. And but professor appreciates a man who is giving a very verbose definition. What was happening in that movie? That movie actually changed the education system up to an extent. It forced all of us to rethink about it. It changed the machines in the textbook, they say. So the quality management principle is actually given by Crosby, who talked about 4 things. 1, the definition of quality is conformance to requirement. The system of quality is prevention. Third, the performance standard is zero defect. And the measurement of quality is the price of non-conformance. The impact of Crosby's theories and work was that these 3 was the zero defect, getting it right for the very first time, and conformance to requirements came into our everyday language. So what is a zero defect? A zero defect is a quality control philosophy that aims to eliminate all defects in a manufacturing or production process. The goal is to produce products or services that meet all specified requirements without any defect. This approach requires a strong commitment from all employees and a focus on continuous improvement to identify and eliminate the root causes of defects. So when we are talking about the zero defect, there are 7 chakras to ensure these qualities, which is challenges and commitment and cause identification, inspection, etc. Look at this. This is a typical product picture where the zero defect is being talked about. This is an R&D happens. Suppliers supply their raw material based on the quality specifications. Material performance, process performance happens. The product is ready. And then through the traceability, it goes into the usages, work. And then if there are any problems, failures, voice of customer is being heard, reverse back. And this process again, as built, as manufactured, again an R&D happens and a new product comes in. And this process is continued. So when we are talking about an education sector and zero defect, my question is, what is a product? Would anyone like to answer me this question? What is a product in an education sector?
The graduates who are
Absolutely.
employable.
Absolutely. So product is a student, right? Who is the customer? So you need to have a customer. So who is the customer?
Customer can be the parents and the prospective students and the
No.
students.
Industries.
Industries. That's right. So customer is the companies which employs these products, which employs the students, the employers, the government, because finally we all are working there, and then society at a large scale, which gets affected by all of these. So who sets the requirement? Because whenever you are talking about the products, there has to be a requirement, right? So who sets the requirement in this context? It is set by the professional bodies, right? So when we make an engineer, there is a body who defines what should go into the engineering. If you are talking about the medical, then there is a medical association. If you are talking about chartered accountants, there is an association of chartered accountants which defines whatever are the requirements. The same way, the regulators, the AICTE and all those technical educations, the UGC, etc. Otherwise, your employers also sets the requirements. We need a surgeon. And then what quality should a surgeon have versus a gynecologist, versus a computer engineer, versus an MBA graduate. So alumni might also be setting your requirements, because alumni is also part of employers. They are also part of companies. And then government and society also defines what should a graduate, what should a student after getting a professional degree should have, what quality should it have. So once we have defined that what is a product, we need to understand that where is the quality. So quality of education is the ability of a student's knowledge to satisfy stated requirements. And that's where now we have to think that how is it possible to have a zero defect? So in the context of education, zero defects refers to the idea of creating a learning environment that is free of any error or defects. Here, I am specifically mentioning you this definition because the minute we say zero defect in education, people think that the product should not have a defect. But a zero defect policy says that there should be a continuous process of improvement and there should be free of any error or defects in the policy itself. So once we say saw who sets the requirement. What we now have to answer is who ensures the design requirement. Can you tell me who ensures the design requirement? Anyone?
The education institution only has to ensure the requirement.
Absolutely, Professor Subbarao. We, the universities, the educational institutes, the teachers, the professors, has to ensure the design requirement, right? And that's where we are discussing today in your international conference that how the quality should go about it. So what is the primary goal? Sometimes the educational institutes think that, okay, or the companies like they think it's about annual revenue growth, or should we have it increasing employability, right? So goal as zero defect, as we define, is free of any error or defect. That means ensuring the student receive accurate and up-to-date information, that they are taught by qualified and effective teachers, and that they have access to the resources they need to succeed. Mind it, we are talking about the whole environment now. We are saying covering all aspects of it. Number two, include implementing systems and processes to identify and address any issues that arise in timely and effective manner. Hence, the goal is to create a high quality learning experience for all students and to ensure that they graduate with the knowledge and skills they need to be successful in their chosen fields. Otherwise, what happens? There is a news on 22nd of May in Hindu which says 80% of the engineers in their first year of the industry are unemployable, and the industries have to give them a training. And that's where we, the educational institute, has to be alarmed. So in a normal process, we say, okay, input inspection of the product. How do we input inspection of the product in our system? Because our products are students, and hence there are usually, before we take them in, there is an entrance exam. There's a CAT or a MAT or a ZAT exam for MBA. There is NEET exam for medical. There is IITs or engineering colleges and many other things. There are the entrance exams, as well as there are certain defined entry criteria in different professions in different contexts. What we need to ensure is all these tools are actually ensuring that we get the products, we get the students who qualify for the program. Now, required competence is during that time period when when the students are within the educational institute. That means they pass sufficient number of courses, whatever is required for their course. They pass the exams, there is a quiz, and they should compete with that, right? Now, you also, how do you ensure that they have a competence? You will have to go to the course level now. So first one is program level, second one is course level. Now, when you decide at a course level, you decide what will be the term test, how many assignments should be given, what should be the type of assignment, what are you trying to quiz, what kind of a competency are you trying to measure by giving a particular course, right? Final exams, we take all of this, but then you have to think whether your exams are actually quizzing the quality which that particular course is supposed to have. The course level objective are supposed to meet. And then we check the competence at program level. So we decide how many number of courses, what kind of a types of courses they should have, they should pass. Are they going through a project? Are they going through any internship? Are they going through any training, residency? What should be the passing grades? How do you decide from a very good to not so good to the improvement, the grades of the students, etc.? And then the final test by client or customer happens, which is employability of products in companies, fitment at the society at a large, citizen of the country, how good or how bad you are, right? And these are our quality standards in higher education. So if you can compare, if you start looking at this with a pinch of salt, you may have many answers. Now the question comes, how will you go there? So number one, a program outcome has to be defined. Yeah, when you go for NBA accreditation, when you go for international accreditation, SACS accreditation, like we at IMT are ACSB accredited as well. So we decide the program outcomes. The program outcomes has to be on a student level, like engineering knowledge. He should be able to apply analysis. He should be able to build structure, etc. And till the time we are not defining the program level outcomes, we won't be able to ensure that our product is employable. Then we go for PSO, right? At the end of the program, the student, example, the first study outcome should be able to understand the concept of XYZ, should have an ability to apply technical knowledge, should have the capability to analyze. And then comes the course outcomes. So the broad objective of this course leading to achievement of sub goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every course has to meet the objective set in for the program, PSOs. And together, and that's where the quality team has to be very careful about checking every word written in the program outcome, which has to match with the regulatory requirement, the employability requirement, and every customer's requirement. Here's a quote by Yale Gurushka. When putting your course together, think in terms of what students are going to do or deal with on any given day. Ensure you are planning a course that varies the student experience. What does it mean? Now think about the hybrid education and think differently, right? Are you going to impart asynchronous or asynchronous? Are you going for online versus in person? And how are you going to combine the both? Traditional versus flipped classroom, lecture based or student centric. And in each step, we have to think a little more. For example, if you want to think, should it be lecture based or participant centric learning? Then think about who's leading the conversation, you or your students? Knowing whether you will have lecture or student-centered discussion will make a difference for your ultimate curriculum and for the delivery mode that you choose. How do you decide this? You decide it at a curriculum design level itself. You can draw from these various approaches like simulation, the discussion, at broader cross level that this particular topic is going to be a mix of in-person and online students following the flipped classroom model, or is it going to be have individual session level? This will be a synchronous mode, this will be a lab mode, and so on and so forth, right? So everything has to be pre-designed, not the day before when you're going to the class. Now, when you're saying labs, then think about what do you want to give. So self-paced labs where the students work on their own or with a partner, work through a code or an assignment that was given during a synchronous session. Case discussion for us and MBA classes, role models, role plays, projects, internships, right? And once in a while, bring them together and debrief. Send them to the field and ask them to work. At the end, all submit assignments with the steps mentioned and share it with class. Breakout rooms, actual or versus should be used for the same. So the mode, whether it is online and offline, should not affect the quality, should not compromise on the standards. For example, I'll give you one of the example of a QFD, which this is from my course itself, which I teach at IMT. So we continuously do review of course and performance. I have been a program chair as well. I have taken the role of program chair 2-3 years ago. And there also, so I can talk about it because as a faculty, as a course level, as a program level, as an area level, and many levels, this is the exercise which we typically follow, thanks to being the part of many of the accreditations which we have. So review of course and performance happens. And after every course, we write percentage of students as per performance of the course. So this performance of the course, we define even we begin the course, before we begin the course. So we set in to our quality team saying that in this particular course, this much marks will define them into high satisfactory, this much define will into satisfactory, and this will define them into unsatisfactory. And since we have defined the objective, we also define what kind of a question we'll quiz and by which tool. So sometimes it's a simulation competition, sometimes it's an end term one exam question, sometimes it's a typical test. So usually we prefer to take 2 tools to test that and then checking their marks and putting them the numbers. So here XYG is actually the number of the students who are talking about how many students qualify. And then at the end, we all sit together and then we say, what is that overall quantity? What changes we can make for the next year to move these numbers from unsatisfactory towards satisfactory or higher satisfactory level, right? What changes will we bring next year? What are the innovations and pedagogies applied this year? And can we share it with a larger group? Can you share it with the larger institute level, cohort level, teaching cohort level, etc.? And then next year, before we start working on that particular course, we again go back to those files, we check those files, incorporate those changes in our courses, and then we repeat this exercise, right? So again, now taking you back towards some of the questions which usually people ask. So we claim we have so many papers. What do we do with these papers? If you're a very good researcher, are you able to bring in that experience in the class? If your answer is no, then there's no point of doing only a research which is a theory, right? So any of the professional courses should have this combination. When you are writing a research paper, you are and this is all, you can move from any direction to any direction. For example, if you're writing a textbook, obviously you are making a lot of changes in your courses. If you're incorporating simulation games, you are preparing the students for the real life world. If you're interacting with alums, if you're interacting with the industry professionals, it might help you to improve your course. It might improve you to bring in that real life experience to the class. It might help you to write a case itself, or it might help you to have a research paper, right? If you're writing a case, you anyway improve your teaching skills because you're talking about the real life things. So case method was or is very popular in law, right? LLBs and LLMs, or in judiciary system, where they define that previously this decision was taken under these circumstances. And it's very important to understand this because they are dealing with the human being. We are not dealing with the machines. So in a particular context, if the situation changes, the same wise, the cases are dealt and read in medical field. Same wise, it is dealt and read in, should be read in engineering and in MBAs or in commerce or in many of these. So if you make the combination of all of it, it makes the class, the research, and the relevance. And the reward of the system should also have all of it. The most important thing is whatever you are doing, your focus should be your product, that is the student. Anything which is not bringing the student's experience or not enhancing the student's experience of the course is actually a waste of effort, right? So how do you go for continuous improvement? You have an assurance of learning process. You go for course review, program review, new courses introduced, faculty, industry interaction through all of those methods which I talked about. For example, again, let's talk about MBA because I teach in MBA. So if I have to decide about the first year, I check it on innovation, engagement, and impact. because that's very, very important to understand the impact which your program is going to have on a society. We worked on one philosophy which was global breath in India Deft, where we are saying that making yourselves all the time relevant, knowing, doing, and being. This is a philosophy of Indian, right? We say, our sages used to say, know, do, and be. Know the knowledge part, do, implement it, apply it. And then by applying it, you become that. You become a faculty, you become a mother, you become a facilitator, you become a counselor, you become liberated. So exactly the similar philosophy is true here also, though in a little myopic sense. So what are your enablers? Your enablers are strategic planning, and then it leads towards implementation of all kinds of management. And again, I'm using the words DFSS, which is a typical quality management tool, which is also true here, which should lead towards the result, the people result, the society result, the business result, the customer results. Take the feedback of learning, create new things, start doing innovation, and again, goes back to enablers. These feedback can also be used for implementations. So this is a typical process which we follow. So we go in a program framework. We have our outputs. We obviously define mission, vision, values, culture, review, recommendations for revision, etc. This is a process of program level. Then we go towards the goal and sub-goal levels at a smaller themes. Then AOL, through AOL, go for AOL is assurance of learning, right? Assessment processes. So we check for curriculum management, etc. What it says. We take it to the LMS report, and depending upon the goals and sub-goals met or not met, we go back again to revising our program goals. Now, in order to do so, we obviously take the inputs from all the stakeholders, which are LMs, companies, the employers, the internal ones like students, the society, the faculty, and the administration, the educational administration. And incorporating all of it, this process keep on working towards a zero defect. Now, many of you might be thinking that when we are talking about a product, these are the typical steps which we talk about, right? So planning, marketing, design, strategy, and launch. Absolutely the same is true for educational institute as well. So identify which industry need you are trying to cater to. What is your competency as an institute? Marketing is not those advertisements, those full page advertisements on newspapers, or a 1 minute or a 2 minute advertisement on TV or on Google doesn't work. What works better is your student has won a case study competition. Your student has won this particular competition, has given the solutions to the industry, has won many awards, internship, won the internship, what kind of internship they have worked upon, success of alumni. So use these things for your market. You don't need to spend the money on one page advertisement. Design your program, your courses, your pedagogies, your experience in such a way that you can give a world-class education, right? Plan. When you strategize, think of holistic development, think of superior methodologies, upskill both your teachers, your staff, and your students. Because a good teacher, a upskilled teacher, a relevant teacher can only impart that kind of a training to the students. And then deploy, when it comes to the launch, deploy strategic network with compelling e-business needs, right? We are right now interacting via online only. Let's have a look at NEP. What is NEP saying? NEP is talking about flexibility, no hard separation, multidiscipline, conceptual undergoing, creativity and thinking, ethics and human values, life skill, respect for diversity, respect for local context, equity, Indian languages and culture. Teacher is the heart of the learning, a light but tight. Think of this and include all of it in your structure. Now, when NEP 2020 steps to be taken by all higher educational institutes, institute development plan that contain specific plans for action on increasing participation from SEDGs, including mitigation, etc. Right? Now, Indian ethos as a base. They're saying practicing yoga and meditation. The preservation and promotion of India's culture wealth must be considered a high priority for the country, as it is truly important for the nation's identity as well for its economy. I have just picked it from there and highlighted that where should we put our efforts towards now. We have to think about incredible India, right? It's not a tourism slogan. So I showed you these 7 chakras while showing at the beginning about from the definition of zero defects. Just the same thing in a context of education. Mapping the course level objective achievement through AOL, program level assessment, inspection, employability, placement, quality, quantity, etc. Take the input from there. Go to all stakeholders, alumni, your companies, your students, your faculty, your parents. Motivation, your program review and revision. And then again, from review and revision of a program, go to the mapping of the courses. And in that whole system, this is a continuous circle which keeps on working. So how to ensure continuous improvement? Concern for students, teachers, employers, and society. Don't only think of a student, you have to think of your teachers. You have to think of your employers. The teachers brings in the students, not the reverse way. And students and teachers together actually create your higher educational institute. Making decision based on data and facts. Focus on process management, emphasize on team management, and develop the spirit of innovation. Teach while you preach. So what are the futuristic view of education? What are the challenges? The challenges are many. Number one, now contribute to an increasingly digital economy and society. That's where we are. The government is talking about the digital university. Leverage technology to deliver better and inclusive education. Whatever I'm speaking is going to the participants through WebEx and through YouTube, right? That's what we are doing. I'm sitting in Dehradun and you all are sitting in all the places. Respond to growing demand, but shifting demographic, striking a balance between public and private provisions. And that's where the regulators has to be more alert. Remaining global in an age of nationalism. Global breadth and India depth should be the core of our every course, every situation. So it says, Richard Branson says, business opportunities are like buses. There's always another one coming. And I say the ultimate aim of education should not be to fulfill the desires of life in this world, but for the complete realization of self for liberation of souls. Thank you very much. Any question? Most welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I have a small question. See, you
Sure.
coined the word zero defective product to the education sector. My doubt is, for example, when a product is industry product is there, customer is not informed. Customer is not informed that there is a difference between the two products that are coming from the same batch. Let us say, as a customer, I purchased an LG TV of 65 inches. That particular company is not going to tell me there is a difference between the two 65 inches TVs from the same batch. They are certifying that the TV has passed all the prerequisite steps. That's why they are selling the product. But as far as the education sector is concerned, coming to student, We are claiming we are sending the students as products, both 70% students, 80% students, 90% students, or 99% students. And our claim is all these four categories of the students are zero product students only, because as a product I am releasing from the university, from the education sector. Then how correct it is to use the word zero defective product to the education sector when we ourselves we are showing the difference in the quality of the products that are coming out. That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Subbarao. I would like to make one or two corrections. The zero defect word was given by Crosby, not me, and it is a typical concept of total quality. Now, when I say so, or when we say so, the companies, even in a product line, are struggling to get zero defect. So the philosophy of zero defect means you are producing the product right the very first time. When you give me the example of LG TV that buying two products of two different quality and company not specifying, I'll say that that company perhaps is not following the zero defect. There are very few companies who could achieve the 100% zero defect rate. For example, the Shriram Pistons in Ghaziabad itself, which also supplies to, I mean, that's obviously the national and international level company, which supplies to zero defect philosophy. So companies are also finding it difficult. Second, when you are saying in education sector and when we are talking about the students, saying that one student is of 90 percentile and the second one is 70%. So it's not zero defect. And we are sending it to the companies. Mind it, we are being more clear because a company is checking their percentage. They are seeing that this particular student have 70% qualification, 25% markings or passing marks versus a 90%. They also take a test, which is usually a GD and an interview and a test to see how much qualified a student is. But the most important thing, which I'm trying to emphasize is that there is a lot of problems and a quality education issues in many of the institutes, many of the universities, many of our products. And hence, the company is coming back saying that, like the news headline, which I quoted, which is there on my screen itself right now live, which is a 22nd May 2022's headline, which says that only 80% of the engineers are employable. That means we are not providing them that qualification through which our engineers becomes employable. So we have not worked on a zero defect itself. So I only am trying to tell you that zero defect concept of a product should actually be into education also, so that whosoever is our pass out is employable. If we say, Harvard Business, or if we say some of the topmost colleges of the world, their products are absolutely zero defect because they emphasize on providing them that conducive environment where we can check the students' caliber, give them that kind of trainings, and put them into the right kind of a job. What happens in India, we tell everybody, okay, so you have to be engineer and a doctor. Do we recognize that there is something beyond a doctor and an engineer as well? I mean, we ourselves are professors, right? And we are not working on engineering. We are not working on or in a medical. So even the lab environment, which I say, see why the medical colleges, most of the medical colleges are much more successful, because whosoever is the professor there is also a practicing doctor. So he's practicing, he's showing by his way that here it is. The similar thing if employee in a engineering college. So most of the faculty who have never worked in engineering environment are teaching the people. They need to be upskilled. They need to be provided that in order to ensure all of it. That's where I'm coming from. And that's what NEP is also stating in some ways.
Because of the constraint of time, we can have one more question from any audience.
Can I give one question to Professor Mrinalini?
Yeah, please introduce
Yes.
yourself and go
Yes,
for the question.
I'm Dr. Rumpa. I'm Director, Quality Assurance and Development Center in Gulf University, Bahrain. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I know we are running out of time, so I will ask only one specific question. How do you measure learning outcome, both at course and program level? Do you follow any quantitative methods?
Yes, we have a proper AOL structure set in. So first thing, while going for a program objective, then before launching a courses, at the course level, we decide what should be the course learning objective. And then out of your course learning objective, which program objective is going to be met, and then how are you going to measure it. So one of the very important aspect of course learning is which we were taught at I mean in Harvard also with the course which I've done, that's what they say, that everything should be properly measurable. You know, the people usually write the course objective is to know the tools. To know the tools cannot be an objective, because knowing the tool or if you're saying knowing the tool, then test them to know knowledge of a tool. Application of a tool is more important. So whatever course learning objective you have has to be measurable. And then when you say it is measurable, we decide at before launching the course itself, before offering the course, every year we sit and then we decide what tool are we going to use to test this knowledge. For example, in one of my supply chain course, we use a simulation, which was a root beer game. And we organize a competition for all the students, and they were told how are they going to mark. That means whatever marks they are getting through that simulation is the reflection that how much they can apply it. Sometimes we use it by giving them a particular kind of a test. Sometimes we measure it with the help of a case study discussion. So a tool, and then they are evaluated. So they are given the numbers. Let's say they get 5 number, 10 number. Out of 10, they get 5 number, 7 number, and 8 number. So we have, before launching the course, we have decided what percentage will be qualified for satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and highly satisfactory. So if I say 80%, then whosoever get 8 out of 10 forms in satisfactory or highly satisfactory. Let's say 40 to 60 becomes like satisfactory, and lesser than 40 becomes unsatisfactory. And then we also sensitize the faculty, saying that these are not your test. See, one of the major problem, Professor Rumpa, which happens is where the dean asks the students why so many students are failed in your subject, right? And we discourage in some ways. So it's okay if a student gets failed. If it's okay if few students are in satisfactory and few are in highly satisfactory. What we say is it's a continuous process. So this year, if there are only 20% of students on a highly satisfactory, can you make it 22% next year? Just raising a bar by 2%, 3%, 4%, and you decide as a faculty cohort, what should that number be? But it should continuously show an improvement. The problem, another problem which educational institute think is, okay, I have a 99% passing out result. But if you are 99%, no one is failed, how will you improve upon it? You know, and if the students are 99%, everything is pass or getting 90%, 95%, why they are not employable? So we ask all of those questions together, put it in number, and understanding and accepting that year by year, these numbers should improve. And if it is not improved in a particular course, sit and review. Is it that the students could not understood it? Is my sum tool is not working in today's context? For example, it happened in 2020. Suddenly everything became online. So you have to review your tool. So that's how we do the numbers, and then review and accept it that it's a continuous review process. I hope I answered your question, Professor Roy.
Thank you, Dr. Mrinalini. Over to Professor Pujita.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
For enlightening us on the topic Zero Defects in Education, taking inspiration from Indian ethos, and providing us in-depth knowledge on what are our 5 koshas 4 absolutes of quality management were crossed by 0 defect, and 7 chakras to ensure quality, which is in relation to education sector and quality in higher education, and research relevance and rewards process, which is a cycle of continuous improvement, and how we have to adopt or how we have to design the program to meet our world-class education, along with NEP 2020 steps and principles. Thank you once again, ma'am, for providing us.
Thank you.
So now moving forward, I request Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce the keynote speaker, Professor John.
May I request Professor John to open his camera?
I'm here.
Can we see? Yes, John. Welcome to our conference, and thank you very much for sparing time for this conference and matching your time with our Indian conference time. This gestures of yours is always appreciated. Well, to audience, Professor John Macleay is a chartered psychologist and chartered scientist based within Department of Psychology of the Faculty of Science and Technology of Burney University, UK, Bournemouth University of UK. He completed his PhD at the University of West of Scotland, where he explored the social psychological factor associated with risky alcohol use. He has since expanded his research to include psychological determinants of other risk behaviors, including gambling, digital addiction, and cybersecurity. He has secured funding in the form of grants and several match funded PhD scholarship to further develop these research areas. John applies his research to real world problems through his role as a trustee of the Gordon Modo Association, a residential service of individuals who have experienced gambling harms. His work has been used as the basis for policy document within the British Psychological Society, and he has advised industry, charity, and government bodies in UK and internationally. My first association with John was in University of Cambridge, and since then, I am one of the admirers of Professor John's contribution. So with these words, of course, the introduction is a bit long, but because we are running short of time, I can't read all that. I will request John to take over the stage. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Just start my slides. I hope everyone can see okay. So yes, thank you for inviting me to join you. I was about to say good morning because it's morning here, so I have my coffee. I know it's afternoon in India, so good afternoon. So yes, I'm in Bournemouth University. I do come from Scotland originally, so I'm going to try to speak very slowly because I know Scottish accents are not easy. But I work at Bournemouth, which is in the south coast of England, just about 2 hours west of London. And I'll tell you a bit about my background. I think it helps inform my talk around interdisciplinary teaching. So my PhD was in social psychology, quite a long time ago now. But most of my work has been in cyber psychology. So this is online behavior, online internet actions. I've been head of education within my department, so the Department of Psychology. And psychology, which is often seen as a social science, our department sits within the Faculty of Science and Technology, which obviously is a very scientific faculty. Although I mostly teach psychology students, I have also taught computing students, nursing students, and business students. And one of the things I found is it requires very different communication to teach different students. And this is one of the things I'm going to talk about today is that difference in delivery and assessment and employability depending on the student's background. I've also taught industry professionals, so people who are working full time, who are senior cybersecurity practitioners. I've taught them psychology. I've also been a guest lecturer at the University of Maastricht in the Netherlands, so I've seen kind of cultural and international differences in teaching. I previously worked with Professor Sukumpan, who I believe also in this call, on several education-focused Gulf research meetings, which is where I met Professor Sharma in Cambridge, I think several times now. So hopefully I have some useful insights into teaching, interdisciplinary, and how that can be both a beneficial experience and also a challenging one at times. So just to start with psychology, so one of the challenges that I have if I'm teaching someone who's not a psychology student is they have preconceptions. And I think in any discipline that you work, people outside your discipline probably have a misunderstanding as to what you do in that discipline. So this is one of my favorite things from the internet. As a psychologist, my friends think I do therapy. They think that's what psychology is. It's just doing therapy. My family think I work in a hospital. Society thinks all I do is talk about Sigmund Freud. That's what we think psychology is. My university maybe likes to think I submit papers to Science and Nature and high impact journals. I like to think that I spend time thinking about behaviour and people, but in reality I spend most of my time analysing data. And if you are going to be teaching students from different backgrounds, I think it really helps to have an understanding as to who they think you are and your perception of that discipline, because it can really change how we then engage with material. I'm going to give an example of teaching computing students. So psychology as a social science, most of the time, it's quite a soft subject, perhaps in some ways. Computing is more of a hard science. It's more mathematical. It's more kind of technical. And so I thought I'll compare my experience of teaching the same material, so the same content, but teaching to psychology students versus computing students. So gender and age, I don't know the situation in India, but in the UK, the majority of psychology students are female, and the majority of computing students are male. There's still a lot of kind of stereotypes and kind of gender norms around who chooses what subject. We also find that in some subjects, so in psychology, we tend to have a lot more mature students, so students who are older than kind of average school leaving age, which is less common in computing. And it is worth being aware of those stereotypes. There's been some research, for example, some research by Wilson, that female students are often better at computing than male students. That was very much a perception or a stereotype that girls don't do computing, and so they are discouraged from even applying to do a computing degree. We also tend to find again from research that female students tend to prefer cooperative learning for teamwork, so group activities, group sessions, discussions, whereas male students, research finds, tend to like more kind of formal and want to more independent learning. And this reflects psychology and computing. So psychology, we do a lot of group work, we do a lot of group discussion and activities, whereas computing tend not to do that quite as much. There's also the life experience of students. So again, with computing, we often find that students have quite a lot of experience already. Often they are very involved in computing world. With psychology, that's less the case. So maybe if you're teaching computing to a computing student, you assume some existing knowledge already, whereas with a psychology student, you tend not to do that. There's also questions around moral development. This is in terms of the a psychological sense. So people's sense of morality doesn't finish developing until we're in their kind of 20s. So an 18-year-old undergraduate doesn't have quite the same sense of morality, perhaps, or the same fully developed sense that an older student may have. So teaching undergraduate versus postgraduate. For psychology especially, but also for computing, if you're discussing things like ethics, for example, you might find that you have to give more explanation to a younger undergraduate student. And if it was computing, if I were teaching ethics to computing, I would probably give more explanation than I would do to psychology, because psychology students are very accustomed to thinking about morality and ethics, whereas computing students maybe less so. Also, the motivation to study and learning style, so why people are choosing this topic. And computing, students often want to do a degree because they want to have a career. They've got a very clear path in their mind as to what career they want to have by the end of that degree. Often psychology students, it's more they want to develop as a person, they want to develop professional relationships, they want to be a psychologist often, but don't really know exactly what area of psychology. They're often more open to different ideas, whereas computing students are very focused on the end goal. And that relates to how you then try to explain things. So just from my own experience, computing students are very good at thinking about systems. We understand technology and systems and things which behave in very predictable ways. We tend to dislike people because people are very hard to predict, whereas psychology students are very good at understanding people, but often struggle with very technical or complicated systems. So again, you would have to change your explanation based on which group you are speaking to. Another thing, again, just from my own experience, if you're teaching computing or science topic, the students want to know very much how and what. So how does something work and what does it do? Psychology, social science, or art students are much more interested in the why. Why does something happen? So not how does it happen or what happens, but why does it happen? And sometimes when I've been teaching computing students, when I try to explain the why behind something, they don't really understand why I'm telling them that. We don't care about the why. We just want to know the how and the what. Perspective taking, this is something psychology students are often quite good at, which you would hope would be the case. So understanding someone else's perspective. And without wanting to make generalizations, computing students sometimes struggle with that. And it's a problem because actually if you're designing new software or a new product, you have to understand how an average typical person is going to use that software. You have to understand their perspective as to how does this thing work. And it's something computing students aren't always very good at. Also differences in assessment expectations. So one of the things computing students really find difficult when they're studying psychology or kind of human behavior, they really struggle with the idea that there's no such thing as a single correct answer. They want there to be a single answer which is correct. They ask me what is the single psychology theory which explains behavior, and I have to say there is no single theory. There's lots and lots and lots of theories, and our judgment on which theory is best changes constantly. So it can be difficult with assessment. Computing students, and again, probably science, engineering students, they want to have a very black and white yes or no, very kind of definitive answer. And that relates to the idea of finite solutions. So because people from computing, physics, science are coming from a very maths background, they think there is an answer or there is a certain number of answers and they're correct and they're kind of discrete. Whereas in psychology or social science, often the answer is as much about your own kind of perception of the world or the kind of the social constructionism of that world as anything else. Critical evaluation can be a challenge as well. So in social science, students are taught very much to question everything. So if you read a paper, question the motivation, the agenda. In the sciences, people tend to want, again, very kind of definitive information. They don't really want to question where the information comes from. We just want to know, is the information correct or not? But critical evaluation is a really important skill. I think in psychology, it's one of the biggest things employers look for in their students is their ability to critically evaluate and question and think about things. So it's something we try to teach all of our students across the whole university, even if it's not something that is natural to them. Again, I don't know how popular this is in India or elsewhere in the world, but in the UK, we've recently had a lot of discussion around the flipped classroom. And this is an idea that rather than the kind of traditional system where you do a lecture and you speak with students and you tell them to do reading and then you test them at the end of the semester, flipped learning approach is different. So the students are given the material beforehand. So you send your lecture slides to them before the lecture. In the lecture itself, you do not then do the slides. You don't go through your slides again. You just have a kind of almost a discussion session. It becomes more of a seminar than a lecture. So you ask them, okay, what did you think about the material? What questions did it raise? You kind of challenge them. And then afterwards, you have some kind of test, perhaps not an exam, maybe a smaller test. It might not be anything that counts towards their final grade, so it might be formative rather than summative. And the idea is that it moves the responsibility for learning onto the students. It's not then you as a lecturer being responsible for conveying information. It's up to them to do that, and then they can ask your advice, they can ask your input. In practice, I think it would be reasonable to say in the UK, we found this as effective sometimes, not always. It relies a lot on the students doing this, on actually doing the reading before the session, and some students won't do that. So it goes back to motivation and people's learning styles and their engagement and what they want to get from that degree. So it can be effective, it seems, in some cases. It doesn't really seem like there's much difference between disciplines, so different departments have tried using flipped learning, and there's no pattern where some students from one degree seem to prefer it over others. I do think social science students are probably a bit more accustomed to this kind of way of learning, because they are more used to kind of discussion. But overall, it doesn't seem like there is much difference between the disciplines. Assessment, of course, then, is also a challenge. It's always a challenge. This is a quote I quite like from a book by Biggs and Tang. So what and how students learn depends to a major extent on how they think they will be assessed. So as professors and academics, we find our topic really interesting. Sometimes we assume students will find things really interesting as well. The reality is sometimes the student just wants to know, what do I have to study to pass the exam? Or the other assessment type. So of course you get the traditional exam in a room, people writing. You get open book, open note exams. I think this is more common in science degrees or maths degrees. You do get the open book exam sometimes. Essays, reports, practical work, portfolios is more common in the arts. People will create an art portfolio. Presentations, posters, which I know in the UK students hate doing presentations. They absolutely hate doing it. It makes them very anxious, but it's something we encourage. It's a very valuable skill. Dissertations, work-based learning, so work-based assessments, a placement perhaps somebody works in the industry for a couple of months and gets assessed on that in some way. One of the things we think about in terms of assessment is, are we looking for surface, deep, or structured learning? So surface learning is when you learn something in quite a superficial way. You might learn a fact or a figure, but you don't really learn much beyond that piece of information. Deep learning is, of course, when you properly understand, when you get a real in-depth understanding of a topic. And structured learning is when you try to combine both those approaches in a way which is best. Surface learning is something which people feel sometimes quite negative about. They think we shouldn't be teaching students to learn things in a surface way. We shouldn't be teaching them to learn things only superficially. But it can be useful and it can be appropriate. So if you're doing a computing degree or a science degree, you might need to learn the boiling points of different fluids, but you don't need to memorize that. You know, that information exists online, it exists everywhere. You don't need to actually have that information buried deep in your memory. It might be useful, but it's not necessary. And we have to be realistic around what students will do. So the point here is to try to focus on, okay, what do students really need to learn in a deep way? What's really the important thing? What's the kind of the knowledge and the skills that was important rather than the kind of tiny detail which might not really be that necessary for a day-to-day work. So how do we drive towards structured learning where we learn what we need to know when we need to use it? And increasingly, I think a previous speaker was talking about, we need to think about employability, enterprise, and entrepreneurship. It's no longer enough just to give students a degree and education. We have to prepare them to go out into the world for the next stage of their career. And again, in the UK at least, one of the things that we advertise as part of our open day. So open day is when obviously students who are still in school come to university, and we tell them about the course, we tell them about university. One of the biggest questions we always get from parents is always, what is the employability rate of your course? How many students get jobs after they graduate? So we've got to, as I'm sure everyone in this call already is aware, we've got to think about not just teaching the subject material, but also teaching the students how to be the next generation of professionals. There's 7 principles we tend to use here at Bournemouth University. These come from GISC. So 7 principles of good assessment and feedback. So help learners understand what a good example looks like. So one of the things I do in my own teaching, especially if I am teaching students outside of psychology, is I show them an example of an essay that got a high mark. Obviously, I choose an essay which is on a different topic because I don't want them to plagiarize. But I give them an example and I go through and explain to them, this is why it got a good mark, because it does these things. Think about the personalised needs of learners. So obviously we have needs by discipline, but we also within that have individual needs. And I would say, I suppose, as a psychologist, is do be cautious sometimes. There's a lot of information online that talks about things like visual learning and kinetic learning. The evidence base behind some of this research is not very strong, so I think do be careful. But in general, yeah, trying to tailor things. And with online teaching, it's easier to personalize. Fostering a learning community. So one of the challenges we have is every year we survey our students and we ask them, do you feel you got good feedback this year? And if by that point the students haven't had their exams, they tend to reply to our survey and say, no, we've had no feedback this year. And it's quite frustrating for us because they get feedback constantly. Every time we do a seminar and they suggest something and we say to them, well, that's a good idea, but that's feedback. So make sure students realize what feedback actually is. It's not just your exam result, it's the constant feedback and opinions you get from your professors. One of the things we found has been very difficult since the pandemic is encouraging autonomy. So students, I don't know, again, I don't know if this has been your experience in India, but students seem to be lacking kind of autonomy. They need to be told to do everything, and we're trying to kind of think about how to fix that and how to get students to take ownership and to kind of reflect and to move things forward by themselves. Workload, I think, is another issue. So making students understand how to manage workload and also staff workload. It's not just students. Thinking about having the right assessments. When I first joined Bournemouth University, our students were assessed on average 4 times in every module, and we realised it's just too much. It's not producing any benefit. So we reduced it to 2 assessments, which is one kind of essay, poster, and also an exam. Yep, fostering a motivated learning community. So by involving students in decision making, we have a staff student forum where students can give feedback on their experience of being a student, of learning. We do it at the department level and we also do it at the faculty level. And it's really interesting in the faculty level how different students from different degrees will give different feedback because they want different things. The computing students want something different from what the psychology students want. And it's actually really useful to get a sense of what happens in other departments. And yet promoting learner employability by assessing authentic tasks. So in my own unit, I don't give students an essay because when I was at university, I wrote essays, I finished university. I've never had to write an essay ever again in my life. I've never had to use that skill. What I have had to do is write journal papers and reports. So rather than giving my students an essay to write, I get them to write a report as if they were writing it for a cybersecurity company, which is the kind of thing I did after I first graduated, and also promoting ethical conduct. I won't go into detail in this slide or the next one. It's just reinforcing that point around employability. This comes from Higher Education Academy in the UK, which recommends good practice. So for employability, things like behaviour, career guidance, social and cultural awareness, so thinking beyond the degree, transferable skills, knowledge application, things which I'm sure people are very aware of, and also inclusivity, collaboration and engagement. For enterprise and entrepreneurship, similar kind of point, so interpersonal skills, decision making, especially so students from computing, from sciences often struggle with decision making under uncertainty. They like things to be very clear. We struggle sometimes with that, so we try to help them deal with that. Communication strategy, and again, things I'm sure everyone is very familiar with, awareness, mindset, capability, and effectiveness. So, to conclude, the same content can be taught to different students in different disciplines. So I have one set of lecture slides that I will use for psychology students and for computing students. But I will change how I speak. I will change what I focus on. I'll change the examples I give. I will ask different questions. I do think it's important that you understand the background of those students, and you do personalize things. I also think, though, I'm not saying that we should teach everything 100% to what the students want, because I think one of the benefits of teaching interdisciplinary, of teaching your subject to students from a different department, is you can push them out of their comfort zone a little bit, and that can be a really positive thing for them. So a lot of our students who have gone on to do PhDs or got jobs, they've done interdisciplinary PhDs because they were exposed to a different opinion earlier on. So obviously we have to try and make sure students feel supported, and we should try to personalise things for them. But at the same time, you should be willing to challenge your students a little bit and make them think about different disciplines other than their own one. Those are references. I can also make slides available for anyone who wants them. And yes, this is Bournemouth in the UK. We have lovely weather. People are always welcome to come and visit us. And if you'd like to speak to me, you of course are also welcome to contact me as well on my email address. Thank you.
So before moving on to the question and answer session, I request all the audience to leave the feedback which is present on the website so that it will be helpful for us in the future.
Any questions?
I think Professor Roy is willing to ask some question, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. First, I would like to clarify whether you are bringing students of psychology and computing together in a course, or you shared your experience teaching two different disciplines. If you can first clarify, then I'll ask you the question.
So most of the time it's separate sessions. We have had a few occasions where we brought students together, and that's always been quite useful. But I think if you're teaching, it's better being separate classes.
Okay. And regarding assessment, I have a question. You mentioned about that too many assessments, and because in our university also we have a debate about the number of assessments, but are we not focusing on continuous assessment? So instead of having, highly weighted midterm and summative exam, what do you think that, we can give projects to the students, and we can monitor them, we can give them feedback, we measure the progression, and, pre-jury, final jury, like that. Will that be more useful for the students to learn?
I think it can be useful in some situations. So we do weekly testing for our data analysis modules. So every week students do a multiple choice test, and it is to make sure that they're learning, because it's quite a difficult topic, is to kind of see if there's anyone struggling. Each individual weekly test is only worth a very small percentage of your final grade. And at the end of the semester, we only use like the 10 best grades from all of the grades. So I think it can be useful when it's that kind of topic where it's something maybe which is very technical. I think it can be useful. I think for what we found though was things like students were doing, an essay every 2 or 3 weeks, and the quality of the essay just wasn't very good because we didn't have time to think deeply about things. We just were putting very kind of superficial things together and submitting it. So that's where we feel having fewer assessments is better. But yeah, I think there can be some situations and projects or dissertations. So that's only a single thing we submit at the end of the academic year, but a supervisor will look at drafts throughout the year. So we do get informal feedback. But you're right, I think it depends a lot on the exact topic that's being taught and what the kind of desired outcome is.
Yes, it depends on the number of learning outcomes and how we measure. So like if you have many learning outcomes, you cannot measure everything with 2-3 assessments. In that case, each learning outcome will have higher weightage. So sometimes it becomes difficult for the students to achieve if one particular learning outcome has very high weightage.
Yes, it's
Thank
difficult.
you.
I think it's also worth reviewing learning outcomes. So when I became head of education, I looked at all of our units, and some of the learning outcomes I just couldn't see a rationale for. They'd been there for 20 years. They'd been inherited from previous professors. So I think it's always worth kind of checking learning outcomes for any older teaching materials.
I think Dr. Reynaldo is also willing to ask some question. Dr. Reynaldo, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Professor Rada, I'm here. Yeah, thank you very much. Professor John, thank you very much for your well-organized and very comprehensive presentation. Yeah, thank you. Well, it's not so much of a question, but probably it's more of like an inquiry into your assessment practice in particular about, let's say, marking. It's like, do you have like specific, or do you have like required marking schemes or like policies in your university? Whether, for example, you give half mark, full mark, certain types of assessments have to be there, like which are preferred over other types of assessment, something like that. Would you like to share something about your assessment practices in the university? I'm just interested into this particular point. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, and nice to hear from you, Ronaldo. It feels like a long time ago we were in at Cambridge. So we have an exam in every unit apart from the data analysis units, because those are hard to do by exam because it's data analysis is difficult. We try to have a range of assessments, so we try to have essays, poster, presentation. We try to do things which are quite unusual. Students complain they get bored just doing essays, so we try to find different ways of doing things. Feedback is a challenge. So we have 80 staff members in our department. One of the things students comment on very very fairly is they say, well, staff are quite different in what feedback we give. So we try to have a scheme. We try to give people the freedom to mark in their kind of own style, but we do try to have some kind of scheme. So we say to staff members, you should begin the feedback with a general statement from a university marking scheme. So that if a student gets a 2-1, there's a standard piece of text that says this is a 2-1 because. So we say to staff members, put in that generic paragraph to start with. Then we say to them, you should list at least 3 points of what the student did well, and at least 3 points of what could be improved upon. And then try to have a kind of concluding statement where you kind of summarize the kind of quality of the coursework. We tell staff members to minimize how many comments they put in text, so in the essay. We tend to say try to have no more than one per paragraph, unless it's little things like typos. we say to staff members, do not repeat the same feedback over and over again because students get very demotivated. So in the first paragraph, you might comment that their spelling is bad. You don't want to keep doing that all the way through the essay. You try to kind of be minimal. One of the big problems is that we have large student numbers, and we have staff members who will spend an hour marking an essay, and we have to say to them, you cannot spend an hour doing it. You know, maybe 15, 20 minutes at most. You have to be very kind of focused and precise in giving your feedback. I mean, I know we would love to spend an hour giving everyone feedback if we could, but we just can't do it. So we try to give staff freedom, but we also try to give them some guidance as to how to go about doing this. And it's the single biggest thing students complain about is when there's inconsistency in the marking they get from staff members. Hope I answered your question, Manalo.
Yeah, great, Chen. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, hope to see you again probably sometime somewhere in Cambridge or somewhere else. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Once again, I request all the audience to fill the feedback. Thank you, Professor John, for enlightening us on topic ensuring quality in interdisciplinary teaching and providing us deep insights on teaching psychology versus computing, flipped classroom, assessment strategies, and all the 7 principles of good assessment and feedback, and also with the framework for embedding employability in higher education. Thank you once again.
Thank you. I have to go and teach now, but I wish you success for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma, Associate Dean Quality, to give the closing remarks of day 1.
Thank you, Dr. Pujita. Thanks to one and all for today's session. We initiated this international conference with an objective to bring together international and national experts, researchers, academicians, industry executives, and other stakeholders for quality enhancement of higher education. The conference is IAQHEI 2023 is sponsored by National Assessment and Accreditation Council of India. We are thankful to them for showing their trust in our organization. The conference started with the Vandana, the prayer to Goddess of Knowledge. Dr. Subbarao, Director, IQAC, welcome all the guests. Professor Koli Koteshwar Rao inaugurated the session, the conference, and delivered the presidential address. Undoubtedly, our chief guest, Professor Abhirama Krishna, delivered an outstanding, enlightening, he enlightened us on the topic of professional development and academic staff in higher education, a need of the nation. And he drew the attention of all the audience and the policymakers towards this crucial issue. Next, Dr. Wan from Malaysia. She addressed challenges of total quality management in higher education. And she efficiently attracted the attention and highlighted the key issues in implementation of total quality management in higher education, and also proposed some solution. Professor Anisur Rahman from Jamia Millia Islamia, India, he attracted attention of the professional development of academic staff in higher education, a need of the nation, where he highlighted how important it is to keep updating the professional staff of all higher education institutions and what efforts are made so far and what additional efforts can be added in future. Thereafter, Professor Mrinalini Shah, she highlighted how to achieve the zero defect outcome of academic institutions. She delivered the different methodologies, different focus points of higher education accreditation process, as well as the points where focus can be given for further quality assurance improvement and delivering a product which is suitable for the social requirement and the growth of global society. Professor John highlighted how to ensure quality in interdisciplinary teaching environment. He, being a psychology professor, he pointed out so many psychological factors, determinants, which needs attention and which can be addressed. I must appreciate the participation of all the participants, those who raised a lot of questions. Of course, we would like to submit our apologies that because of time constraint, we were not able to present all the questions before the speakers, but please feel free to forward your question through our official email ID, iqacoffice@kluniversity.in, and we will forward it to the concerned speaker. For sure, you will get your answers. We also had one of paper presenters, Professor Senthil Kumar Natarajan from University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Oman, in this main event. His paper was entitled Significance of Ocean Model to Improve Quality of Stakeholders' Feedback for Higher Education Institution. The response from the audience in the shape of questions and discussion is evident about the quality and the importance of this topic for academic worlds in general and higher education institutions in particular. Of course, in our schedule, there was another paper which to be delivered, but unfortunately the author, they got some engagement, emergency engagement, and they requested to postpone their presentation to tomorrow. And on human ground and understanding the constraints of the author, our panel accepted their request. So they will be presenting tomorrow in the parallel session. For today, at the end, I would like to thank all of you once again. Thank you very much for your unconditional, readily available support throughout these days. The speakers, they had tight schedule, but on our request, they adjusted their schedule and spare time to share their ideas with the world at large. Thank you, everyone. With these words, I seek your permission to call off today's session and see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Have a nice evening. Bye. slide.